G'day, guys. As they say in Greece or Greeks around the world, something's. Hold on, guys. Getting some feedback. I'm not sure where it's coming from. I'm just getting some feedback for some damn reason. Hopefully that actually will damn stop. Yes, Christos Anesti to you as well. Dom. I'm just trying to sort out the feedback because I'm getting like a feedback loop. I don't know why it's happening. Have we got anything open? Okay, sorted it. God almighty. That's it, mate. It's the man, Christos Anesti to you as well. I've actually got some eggs from Dad. So got the red coloured eggs. And what you do is you put one against the other, so there's always the flatter part and the pointy tip. So the pointy tip initially, and you go, the person who's holding the base goes Christos Anesti, and the person who's on the says Alithos Anesti. So God is Christ has risen. Yes, he has, says the other person Alithos Anesti, and strikes at the top. You go bang, the top one failed, and then you turn around and reverse and hit again and do the same thing. So basically both sides of this one actually failed. This one's the winner. So it's sort of good luck for the rest of the year sort of thing. So I got half 50% there, half good luck, half bad luck. Not exactly like that, but it just means, it's just a little thing that we do. Dad, these are real eggs. They're not fake eggs. They're real eggs. And they basically, Dad boils them and actually puts in colouring dye for the egg represents the body, and the red, the red outside represents the blood of Christ, and the egg sort of the body. So yes, so it's another sort of one of those symbolist type things, symbolic in nature. Hope you like the intro music. It's basically from I think it's the Orthodox International, which is a Greek Orthodox type international organisation set up to promote orthodoxy around and support Orthodox churches around the world and stuff like that. So that's what it's sort of. Its role isn't to evangelize. Its role is to support, as a support role, and it has they have a lot of music and stuff like that, which is the only reason I didn't actually put the video stuff with the actual as it played, because I was just worried about with the copyright strikes and stuff like that. I was just a bit hesitant, to say the least, going down that path and getting another damn strike from the YouTubia mafia. So I had to be a bit on the careful side. For those who may want to check out the website, that's the actual video that I used. Oops. So that was the video. Regular gang is here. Blinky, my man. Now to say, it's just I don't. I've got the red there on as well, and what it's doing is I probably should have that off, because it basically is sort of changing the sort of the color. Doesn't matter. Who cares? So it's less yellowy and with a bit of red tinge. Well, it's Easter after all, Orthodox Easter, so we've need a bit of red. Good to see a few good faces. Some people that I've seen recently, some people that I haven't seen for a while, which is good. Good to see you back. Dave's always a regular. Good to see you, Dave. Hope things are well in Barcelona. Our favourite Queensland girl. Neff's here. Good to see you, mate. Oh, that's right. You're still in Bulgaria. I forgot about it. Yes, I thought you'd gone back to Barcelona. Okay. Someone here gave me an octopus caught down on the Greek coast. Any cooking tips to do it Greek style? We usually was it tenderized? So was it struck against stones to be tenderized? Really made quite tender? If they have done that, I actually like using like a wine vinegar with it and cooking it. Now, obviously, some people use olive oil nowadays, but you can actually use also like butter fat and stuff like that with that vinegar type thing, and sort of cook it up slightly. So you cook it a bit up so it absorbs a bit of those flavors, and then barbecue it. So you tenderize it, combine the two. Wine vinegar, it's got to be wine vinegar with some sort of fat, preferably. I mean, you're in the mountains there, so you should have access to some goat fat and stuff like that. Combine that, sort of beat the vinegar with the actual fat, and then basically marinate the octopus in that, the tenderized octopus, and then you can either do boiled or you can do barbecued. I'd do barbecued if I was you. The man. And what would you recommend to do lifestyle factors wise, as well as supplements wise, to treat mild fatty liver and mild? Look, when it comes to fatty liver, taurine, and it depends whether you've got fibrotic tissue or not. It's a lot of things. Now, the key exporter of fat, I actually did a video a while back on fatty liver, and I think it's something along the lines that Fatty liver is a choline deficiency. So eggs and liver have a lot of choline. So, or you can supplement choline. Better to get it from actual foods, because choline helps export fat out of the liver. If you don't have enough, B vitamins are also important. Generally speaking, we want to get B vitamins from our food and from the bacteria, but not all our guts are the same, in the same sort of state of affairs. So there you may have to do a B50 complex for a period of time, for 3 months. Make sure that the pantothenic acid of the B complex is 50 milligrams or less, preferably less, because you do store some of the damn stuff and can be problematic when you have too much in your system. Can cause insomnia and other sort of effects. So it's not a good idea. I did a video ages ago. I'm not sure whether I even had a YouTube channel then when I did that video with Bart, and talking about pantothenic acid and the storage of pantothenic acid. So it is one of those B vitamins that does store. It was never believed so, but there was a good mechanistic experiment on people ages ago, and that video can be found probably back 2019 on Bart K's channel. So there's a couple there, things like that. So choline is a big thing. Now, if you've got some fibrotic, the other thing is for good bile, so your bile doesn't get backed up, MK4 plays a role in bile, so does taurine. But taurine actually has another effect also. It breaks down fibrotic tissue. Now, if you've got quite a bit of fibrotic tissue, you may, in the liver, you may have to also consider R-alpha lipoic acid. It has to be the R, which is not the non-synthetic, it has to be that sort of natural one. So it's R-lipoic acid, it's also called that. And that will actually reverse a lot of fibrotic damage to the liver. So that's another important supplement to take. I'm meaning to do another video on fatty liver and some additional things, strategies to do. So look forward to it in future. I'll get look, at some point I will get around to doing something. At the moment, I've got a few things on my schedule that I have to get out, that I've sort of promised. There's a follow-on on the cancer one. What else have I got? Follow-on on the cancer one, and I've got another kidney one as well that I've need to get out as well. So there's those, but I'll try and actually do something on fatty liver probably next month. I don't think I'm going to get a chance at all this month. It's just not going to happen. So it's one of those things that it's just sometimes hard to basically do those sort of things within the time frame. So let me just find the... So, and now on your enlarged spleen, taurine does help with that as well. So that will also help in regards to fibrotic tissue. And vitamin D also plays a role because in a number of the organs, there is, like even prostate that enlarges, a number of the organs, there are receptors for vitamin D. So vitamin D and retinol sort of are like the two cofactors of certain enzymes that control cell proliferation within those sort of organs. So that's another element to that side of things. I've been meaning to do things on spleen, on the prostate as well, like prostate cancer, and and explain some of the enzymes and how they're involved in cell proliferation and stuff like that, and how they're controlled in that regard. Because all these are sort of when you have fibrotic structures that actually emerge. This is a collagen problem, in tissue and all that, in soft tissue. And really fundamentally it comes down to the collagen degrading enzyme, the MMPs, that I've talked about since I probably started my channel. And I've noticed recently some other people are talking about MMPs, even Paul Mason and a few others, which is good, that it's starting to get out there, that the realization of the importance of regulating collagen in the body correctly with fat-soluble vitamins. So that is getting out. More people are talking about it, which is good. Now, let me just find I'll just go to my channel. Hold on. Give me a sec. And okay. Oh, that's what I called it. Choline and B vitamin deficiencies and fatty liver. I was supposed to do a follow-up on that, wasn't I? That's a series of 1 of 3. I've got the videos. I've got the PDFs and all that, but I never got around doing the other parts. Yes. So that's the actual, I'll just put that. That's the video that was done. But I forgot all about it. Yeah, I need to do the follow-ups. Okay. Other things I have to put on my list of things to do to remind myself. Anyway, shit happens. So there will be more information on those sort of things. But for starters, focus on the fat-soluble vitamins and focus on particular choline and taurine. I would say with fibrotic tissue, you really need to be about around 5. If you're on blood pressure medication, you can go up to 2 without any problems. But beyond that, you need to basically get yourself adjusted and tested and make sure that you lower the dose. We don't want you passing out. That's pretty much it on that level. But yeah, get your fat-soluble vitamins up and get those, get the taurine, the alpha-lipoic acid, the MK4, and basically the choline. Or eat some more eggs and liver. Add those more to your diet as well. In order to some pure taurine. I just ordered. Yep. Link you shared. It was out of stock, so I hope the Kogan one is good. Okay, I don't know enough about it. If it's pure, if it has nothing else in it, it's fine. I'm not, I just buy that brand because it's a good pricing, because I buy it on a regular basis. It's got a good pricing to it. And I've got plenty at the moment. Dad's got plenty, so I'm not too phased about that. I need to continue taking it because while I've got rid of my fibrotic tissue, my fibrotic sort of situation in my heart, that's fine. I've still got some glassing in, well, actually I don't know. Up until 2018, which was the year earlier before I did. So obviously when I did the 2019 one on my heart, there was clear. But the 2018 actually showed still that I had some glassing, some fibrotic tissue in my left lung. So the lung wasn't completely there. But even though I could actually do more exercise, I could run up the stairs and do all the... So I'm definitely sure it's getting better. It's not the carnivore diet. I mean, you'd have to take decades and decades to get enough taurine. I mean, if you've got a clean diet, which is a non-inflammatory diet from birth, fine, but we never had a clean diet, none of us. We're damaged, so we need to basically biohack slightly back to health much faster. And, higher levels of taurine are required to break down that fibrotic tissue. vitamin D is also important for your lungs. So I'm hoping with the vitamin D and the taurine that my next scan that I'll be doing shortly will actually show either further reduction or complete, no more glassing or, scarred tissue in my left lung. So I'm hoping that. I was worried about a decade ago. Was not only my heart condition, but also worried about this sort of quite a bit of damage in my left lung, that was going to cause potentially, doctor was worried about cancer basically at the time. That never happened, never eventuated, but still, there is that worry that I have, which is, we're human. I did a lot of damage to my body years ago. I've the last 10 years, I've done a lot of good things that have corrected a lot of that, but still, and it's been reversing on the other fronts. So it did reverse. The last 2018 scan that I did was much better than the previous scan to that. So I'm on the right path in that regard. I just want to know whether it's completely gone or still, how much is reduced or how much is still there in my left lung. So be interesting. I don't anymore feel any sharp pain in my lung. So I'm hoping that that's an indication that it's gone. Cross my fingers. So we'll find out. I'll probably do it sometime later next week. So go in and do the scan. Yes. Low invasive scanning, as they call it. Hey, in the bathroom, I've got a real red light, and in the bedroom, a real red light. So, yes, I've always had comments from my neighbours. Are you inviting me over? No, Lynn, go away. Yes. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate it. You know me too well, Blinky. Roxanne put the red light. Yes, it's an old song. Roxanne. Yes, I know. Let's move on. I won't be doing that, zombie. Well, raw kidney's good. Raw kidney's good. Obviously, getting anything that's glycating out of the system is also important. Seed oils. Were you a big consumer of seed oils in the past? Are you losing weight? You could be releasing more free fatty acid in terms of those seed oils. Low dose vitamin E. But at the same time, fat soluble vitamins and taurine are big players. Alpha ketoglutarate also, but choline, very important as well. So it's actually been shown because so you don't have to buy an AKG, you can just buy choline. So yeah, they play an important role in improving kidney function. I'm going to do something on kidneys shortly. Remember, Dad had some cysts and stuff like that. A lot of those problems have gone away. He's a good consumer of taurine. So, and he's 87 early next year in January. So, he's doing pretty well. A lot of things have turned around in his circumstances. But yeah, look forward to a video hopefully next week. I should have something out on kidney-related issues in general. I don't know whether I'm going to do one big comprehensive and keep it at that. I haven't really made up my mind. I may do something like that, but I haven't really decided which way to go. With these sort of things, it's not always, there's a lot of, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Hi to you as well, Coconut. And yes, fried liver patties. You're welcome. There could be oxalates involved in that as well. So, you may be dumping. I had a lot of foamy stuff like that, and that was due to oxalate dumping. So, citric acid as a short-term thing. The quickest way is to basically use lemon juice. And if it goes away, you know that foaminess is not coming from, where you're losing protein, but it's coming from oxalate. And now you're dissolving the oxalate, and the oxalate basically is no longer causing any of that foaminess or that kidney damage. So, yeah, I'd give citric acid a go. Lemon juice if you don't have access to food-grade citric acid at the moment, and see how that goes. And if it goes away, then it's an oxalate thing. So, yeah, it's hard to diagnose these unless you actually go and do a test. That means give a urine test and find out, is it oxalate, or are you actually losing, are there protein particles that are coming through and stuff like that, and no oxalate? Then you basically definitely have some issue with your kidneys. But also you should have a lot of blood pressure issues, blood pressure sort of going up and down all over the place. And if you're not getting that, it's definitely an oxalate issue. But that's not a good thing. You don't want oxalate damaging your kidneys, because you still can cause damage to your nephrons in your kidneys due to oxalate. You need to deal with that immediately. Lemon juice as an immediate option, and then food-grade citric acid as a supplement. So, yes, deal with it quickly, please, because oxalate can do quite a bit of damage, but it can take months to reverse the damage, unfortunately. A 9-year-old shouldn't technically... Well, look, let me just pull back from that. Anyway, there are cases where there are, I wouldn't say genetic, but sort of there are certain medical conditions. We do notice in kids with autism and a few other type of medical conditions, they seem to not biosynthesize taurine to the same level as healthy children that don't have those conditions. We don't really know why. So that's an option. There are other conditions that also can cause differing levels. But generally speaking, if the kid's got no problems, no, just meat. As long as they're getting enough amino acids, they will synthesize their own. The real decline really only happens after 40. After 40 is really when you start to supplement, 1 gram. After when you get into your 50s, 2 grams. When you get into your 60s, 3 grams. And when you get into your later than that, 5 grams. Now, that is basically a person who's lived a westernized lifestyle and has had quite a bit of damage in the past. They will have quite a bit of senescence in their body, which basically means that they will be increasingly producing inflammatory cytokines that will be basically destroying more and more more and more surrounding tissue, creating more senescence, and also really weakening the body's ability to respond. And I think that basically the taurine biosynthesis actually, and a lot of these other things, like the NAD plus reduction, it's a protective mechanism. You reduce that because you're also reducing both sirtuins and you're also reducing PARPs. Sirtuins and PARPs can also be involved in cell proliferation. So in a very sick body where you've got a lot of senescent damaged cells that can turn cancerous, obviously having high PARPs, high sirtuins, which are longevity things, but under those sort of circumstances, they can actually also provide fuel for the cancer cells or the damaged cells to go cancerous. That's the problem. So I think that it's a sort of a melee of things that basically our bodies are damaged, and as a consequence, we end up having inabilities to biosynthesize enough of this or have these biological processes work in an optimal way. If you look at tribal people, like, people like Mary Ruddock, she actually did send me a message, an email today for Easter, which was really nice of her. She wished me Kalo Pascha, which means have a good Easter in Greek. So that was really nice of her. She just got back, I think, from Namibia. She's sort of trying to get her act together. I said to her, if you're interested in coming on tonight, I don't think she probably will. I sent her a link and I said, look, I understand you're in the process of moving to South America, so she's quite busy at the moment. Hopefully I'm going to try and get her on at some stage, even if it's just basically a bit of an interview of her Namibian trip. So that's the other part. But getting back to Mary, she basically ran up tried to keep up with an old person, 80 years old, and she couldn't keep up with him going up a hill. That's what tribal people do. They basically live their lives like that, going, like that, and then dropping dead. So where Westerners do this, they decline and all their systems start turning off or not working properly. Because basically you're just creating more and more senescent, more and more damaged cells. And the body just starts not functioning properly. And it's our lifestyles and all that. We don't have a clean diet, an ancestral clean diet from birth to death. That's why when you're on a species-appropriate diet, you will have lower deuterium, so you'll do less mitochondrial damage. You'll have less senescent cells. That means less damaged cells to create inflammatory cytokines and damaged cells around them. That means you'll have less senescence, less CD38, more energy because of NAD+. You're not artificially increasing it. You're basically just having it naturally to the level that it should be. And then right after that, you basically have no more cell division. And when cell division ceases, you drop dead for massive organ failure because no more cell division. But you don't have this gradual decline with a bag full of basically drugs keeping you going chronically for the next couple of decades. That's the difference. I would say, zombie, not needed. Your kids are quite healthy. They're on an ancestral diet. They may not even need until, if they stay on an ancestral diet and keep their diet clean into their old age, they probably will be more like those Maasai that don't really need to supplement any of this stuff. It's us damaged people that basically did the wrong, we followed the wrong bullshit for too many decades and did quite a lot of damage, and we've still got a lot of damage. I've got lung damage, I've got heart damage, I've got this and that, and everything's slowly getting fixed and reversed and all that, but it takes bloody time. We've got a lot of us, the reason why we actually got to the carnivore diet isn't because we basically just said, I'm going to join the carnivore community. No, it's because we suffered far more damage than the average person out there and did far more damage to our bodies, that we got either that close to death like I did with my cardiovascular issues 10 years ago, or, that's my mid-40s. I was mid-40, and I was having bypass surgery. Double bypass surgery, and I had a lung condition which doctors thought maybe could go cancerous. I had plenty of shit happening. I had a fatty liver, plenty of things, fatty deposits around the place, you name it, in tissues and stuff like that had come up in scans and all that. So I wasn't a healthy, middle-aged person. I was quite unhealthy and quite damaged and much heavier than what I am now. So it's taken me a decade to basically find the best way to fix a lot of these problems. So all I can say is if you've got kids, like Zombie has, just try and convince them to stay on a species-appropriate diet as much as possible. Their bodies will love them for that in the future. They won't have to suffer like the rest of us. And with all these sick people on kibble and moving on to these other sort of shit things, we need as many healthy young people as possible to keep the human race going. Look, there's not certain damage when it happens to, it's sometimes, really hard to remodel. There's so many factors in play. Obviously, fat-soluble vitamins play an important role in this sort of area. Salt is an important factor to get sufficient salt, sulfur, phosphorus, things like that, boron, and pretty much certain types of exercises that actually put stress on these different parts to basically improve your bones and all that. But the biggest problem with a lot of osteoarthritis and stuff like that is there's a lot of fibrotic tissue and lectins and stuff like that. And while lectins can be dealt with lactoferrin, raw milk, or a lactoferrin supplement that binds and removes them, I have not seen one study that actually shows that lactoferrin can remove lectins that have been bound into bone and causing all sorts of problems and stuff like that. We know it happens at the gut level, but whether it happens at the bone level, we've got no research whatsoever. If I was to think anecdotally, possibly, I don't know. There's no research out there because Dad's got a bad knee, and all I've been able to do with taurine, with fat-soluble vitamins, like I have one there. I don't use the standard Carnivore. I use the other one that actually is a more potent one. I forget the name of it. It's on the Rosetta site. That other one that comes from that other fish. I've got another one in here for him because he's run out. I have to take it around to him on Monday. So that'll be the last batch, and then I'll have to order some more for him. And so there's that sort of side of it. There's the fat-soluble vitamins, very important. There's sulfur, plays a very important role in bone health, MSM, he's on MSM and all that. But all we've been able to do is a lot of that sort of stuff is to reduce the inflammation, reduce the pain, and provide him with a bit more mobility. But he's got a lot of damage because he's, we're talking about decades, where it's just got progressively worse and worse that he uses now a walking stick because of the damage. But the good thing about it, all this sort of stuff seems to basically have eliminated a lot of the pain. So the pain has gone away. Now, I've bought him some senolytics, some Fisetin, and I've told him not to use it yet. I'm doing a bit of research into senolytics. There's some research that shows that some damaged bone tissue can be dealt with, but I need to look at the research a bit more carefully and see how to do it. Remember, senolytics, you don't want to be taking them continuously. They do inhibit mTOR, and that's not a good thing. Inhibiting mTOR can be very deleterious. That's what happens when you break down tissue. You need mTOR to maintain and build tissue. But short-term breakdown and short-term cleaning out can be beneficial of bad damaged tissue and then allowing the body to rebuild. It's no different than when you fast. You break down some bad tissue and then you basically have got all these free amino acids that are in the bloodstream and are used to rebuild new cells, new tissue in the body. So it's an area that I'm actually investigating at the moment and trying to look at the best strategy to deal with this. I don't know how successful I'm going to be. I may just have a general sort of, some actionable information that can be used. I'm hoping that I can find research that is a bit more, that can actually provide more hope. Because I think the earlier you fix a lot of these things, the better. Ultimately, the older you get, you've just got far too much senescence, far too much damaged tissue to deal with. Far more to turn around, so to speak. And that takes time and exactly how to use it. Because at the same time, when it comes to, there's all these pathways with the sirtuins and PARPs and all that, and they're all a double-edged sword, and you've got to be really careful the protocol, how you apply it in this pulsatile way to basically get the best results without really pushing certain pathways that could be deleterious to the body. So I'm still not, I need to do more deeper diving into the literature and try to understand, because there's so much contradictory stuff, and most people out there, some people are just talking some garbage when they're talking about senolytics, and I'm really concerned that they're going to put people in danger for cancer and many other things. They don't know what they're talking about. They're really crackpots, and I think there's some good information out there, and then there's some bad information out there, and then there's a lot of missing holes. So I actually see it as using it as a short-term intervention to get certain big bang for your bucks, bang, take out, a bit like fasting. You do short-term. Chronic fasting is really bad for you, but really sharp, strong, couple of days fasting can reset your immune system. 3-day fast can do a number of things. It's the same sort of approach, a couple of days of senolytics and then a few other strategies. So I just haven't worked out the details good enough for my satisfaction, to be happy that I can apply this to Dad, to myself and any other person. I don't like putting people at risk. So I have to be really careful. And that's why on certain things I don't make recommendations, Dom. I'll hold off. I need to basically tick off all the boxes properly and be satisfied that I'm not putting anybody at risk, which is basically the most important thing for me anyway. Otherwise, why am I here? So if I'm putting people at risk, then I don't want to be here, basically. That's not my purpose. The only reason I do this for free is to help people. If I can't help people, then I'm useless to you. I've got a taurine box with powder, making 1 gram cap and taking 1 a day with Cerule. Good for you. Yes. Like anything, Cerule is fine if you don't have any issues. Like, when people have cancer, I do not recommend Cerule, and I do not recommend niacin either, because both can push sirtuins and PARPs, and that can be a problem. I'm more into stop the sugar, stop the glutamate pathway, stress the cancers, eliminate them, use strategically senolytics to wipe them out, stuff like that. That's where I think niacin also basically pushes some of these pathways. Niacin also basically increases, these sirtuin pathways, also stem cell activation. Cerule does a much stronger stem cell activation compared to niacin or fasting and stuff like that. So it's you get more bang for your bucks, but you do pay for it. But at the same time, when it comes to anyone that has either is in a sort of cancerous state or some sort of growth, there is something possibly even benign or whatever, they're not sure or whatever, it's probably you don't want to be taking any of these products. I take niacin. I'm comfortable with taking niacin because basically I don't have any of these growth issues, nothing. On the opposite, all these things with my scans are going away, and I'm fine in that regard. The other thing is I would not take senolytics, niacin, and Cerule together. No. You take senolytics on their own, and basically you do 5 days, 500 grams, and that's it. You stop there, no more. And then give it a bit of a break for a day, and then get back onto niacin, Cerule, or whatever. That's really important as well to be done that way, because basically they are pushing different pathways. So you want the apoptotic capacity. You want to use senolytics to take out in a big hit, like come out and just whack a whole bunch of senescent cells. And then you want all that material to basically be utilized for new tissue and appropriately guided to build new tissue through stem cell activation, blah, 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 So we just got to be careful with, the way we go about it in that regard. But if you've got a lot of senescence, depends on how old you are. If you're quite old with a lot of senescence, I wouldn't do either niacin or Cerule. I would basically do senolytics for a whole year, try and get as much senescence out of the body, and then consider supporting these pathways, these energy pathways of improving energy production and improving tissue, stuff like that. Everything has to be contextualized, It depends where people find themselves. It's just that basically a lot of senescent cells can go bad, rogue, and that's always my concern, Neff's pretty young, he's, if you're middle-aged or younger, you probably don't have a lot of these issues, so it's okay. But if you're much older, you've got to be very careful with these sort of things. And that's why even MNM, NR, the stuff that David Sinclair pushes and all that, there's quite a few studies that show quite clearly if there is too much senescent cells around, you could potentially induce cancer. So it's dangerous to play around. Best to deal, if you take out the senescent cells, CD38 comes down, NAD plus goes up without even requiring niacin or NMR or NR or NMN or any of these, or nicotinic acid or all that. Probably nicotinic acid is probably a better one because it doesn't push hard on these pathways. That's a standard B. A standard B3 variant. It's not niacin. It's through the salvage pathway. So, and I've shown that before in my sort of niacin thing that I did on the bullshit about NMN and stuff like that. Expensive garbage. Well, it's not garbage, but expensive supplements where you can actually get more bang for your buck in other ways. Now, nicotinamide, on the other hand, which is standard, goes through this salvage pathway, has been shown to have some benefits also in what we were talking earlier about kidney disease. It actually has been shown to basically have benefits there. So the problem is the dosages are all over the place. So I'm not sure what the best dosage is yet. They've used different dosages, but all that. But a sort of probably 100 milligrams or stuff like that is pretty safe, and that shows also improvements in kidney function, and also with people with kidney failure issues, good results in a number of studies. So that's another one. It's going to be in the video, but just for the people that ask here, not everybody watches my live streams, so just for those people. But but at the same time, even with nicotinamide, if you're doing senolytics, you can't do both together. Okay, so let's be quite clear. Use senolytics, give it a bit of a break, then go on to nicotinamide. So, and I usually recommend people do senolytics for 3 months, then give it a miss for 3 months, and then come back to it if they're going to do it. We don't want to push a number of pathways. We just want to clear out the stuff, get the body to rebuild healthier tissue, and just keep on doing that for the next couple of years. It may actually be proven in the future that you can do it a couple of days in the week, give it a miss, and then the next week do it again and do on, off, just to cover the mTOR inhibition issue, so we don't become sarcopenic and osteoporotic because of not enough mTOR. But at the same time, there's not enough research. There is a research study that's happening. They haven't actually got all the results. Well, they haven't actually started exactly. They're actually still selecting people. I think it was supposed to start mid this year, I think, from memory. So it still has to happen, and then it's probably going to be, we won't have any information till 2023. So I think it was scheduled for around the beginning of 2023, March, April, around there. Could be later, mid-year. So it's still some time away before we've got enough information in regards to making any really concrete recommendations. So I will do one on fisetin as well the next couple of days. But it will be basically with a lot of cautionary notes, and it will be basically keeping it limited for the time being until we're at a point where, we can be quite satisfied. I think that senolytics play a big role, and I'll be combining a number of other senolytics as well. So I won't be using only fisetin. I'll be trying to use in between some other senolytics as a way of basically trying to get more bang for my bucks. Obviously, fisetin is the biggest killer, I shouldn't say the word killer, eliminator of senescent cells. But there are a number of others that also have some value and don't have the issue with mTOR. So we could probably use those in between. So but I haven't actually worked out a protocol yet, proper protocol for that. And this is going to be a preliminary protocol which will be under review by me in future, because I still need to do those, remember those blood tests that I was talking about, to make sure and validate that certain things were actually happening the way, there are certain biomarkers that basically that can be identified when it comes to senescence, and make sure that those biomarkers were going in the right direction after so many months doing something. So I'm still looking for some company in Australia that will basically, so it's not an arm and a leg in cost, that will still do the testing. I need to find a good company that does good testing. So that's been the thing that's been holding it up, basically. I need to find somebody that does good testing so I can validate some of the results by an N of one with myself or Dad. And so that's my sort of approach at the moment. So sort of wait and see is the obvious thing. So, yeah, I mean, be interesting. I mean, I'm nearly 55 now, and Dad's sort of 87 next year. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of results he gets and what I get. So we'll see. Anyway, in that regard, good on you. See, even Gregor is on the taurine stuff. God, he probably snorts it. He's on his treadmill, snorting it, white powder. Yeah. I can see him hopping up and down. Can't stop from singing. You still singing that song. Bloody hell, Dom. I don't get it from iHerb. I get it from a local Australian company, but I'm about to review my sources. Remember, I have to do a follow-up on methylation. That's coming up with choline. I've only done part 1. I haven't done part 2, which was choline, the choline pathway for methylation. So I have to do that, and I will be reviewing choline supplements then. So because I've still got how much choline, because I usually use eggs and liver, and I use the choline supplement as a filler in between. So primarily I get my 1 or 2 grams from liver and eggs a day, but I supplement occasionally, and that's why my choline supplements, been around for ages. When do I have to order again? I think I don't have to order. I've got enough for probably another 3, maybe 4 months before I have to order any, maybe even more. I don't use as much. I primarily get my choline from food. So I only occasionally, when I get sick and tired of too many eggs, you can't eat eggs every day to support that pathway. And cooking up liver every day is a bit of a hassle sometimes, so I get lazy. So that's where the supplement comes in for me. As I said, I don't like to use too many supplements. I like to keep it to a minimum. Like my key ones that I use on a daily basis are L-citrulline for vasodilation, and basically the other one is taurine. That's it. They are the 2 primary ones. I've cut back on MSM. Biggest problem with MSM is my hair becomes too thick. So, yeah, I know I've got genes for baldness and all that, but my hair becomes too thick, and it's annoying trying to brush it in the morning. So, yeah, I know a lot of women have picked up on it, have found out about, for nails, and that MSM is really good, and that's the Jarrow one that I get. And yeah, I would say it's just one of those things that people aren't aware of, that that basically the important collagens that are in your nails and hair require sulfur to bind together. So that's why, you want stronger hair. Obviously, zinc and all that sort of stuff. The species-appropriate diet will give you all those things. Organ meats will give you basically the sulfur, which is, most tribal people just cut up small bits and hand out to everyone. It's like a multivitamin, but they get some of that choline as well, which is really important. And they get some of the sulfur as well from, generally animal foods are very high methionine, which is another sulfur amino acid, another important thing. So species-appropriate diet usually furnishes enough sulfur, but you can add. Biggest problem for a lot of us that have not been on a species-appropriate diet for all our life, and we've got a lot of oxalate and oxalate dumping, you will burn through a lot of basically sulfur. I've actually found people that basically have, on a ketogenic diet, consumed too many green leafy vegetables that have given them a lot of oxalate, and that oxalate basically caused oxalate dumping because they were more susceptible. Some people are more susceptible than others, which meant they burnt through a lot of their sulfur. And they weren't consuming a lot of protein, because a lot of people on low carbohydrate or ketogenic diet tend to basically do more the fat than the protein. Just that mTOR bullshit and all that, which is crap, because insulin to glucagon ratio is low on a carnivore diet, 1.3, much lower than even carbs at 4. So basically mTOR, IGF-1 and all that are tempered at a much lower level, and you don't need as much for muscle protein synthesis anyway. Leucine drives most of that, and a bit of insulin. That's about it. And it's just more than enough eating a species-appropriate food. But getting back to what I was saying, when it comes to, for the person who told me about talking about foaminess and all that, you'll be burning through a lot of sulfur. So get an MSM sulfur for that purpose. Taurine is a sulfur amino acid as well. It can actually play that role. But if you're burning through your taurine, then you're not using it for other purposes. So I prefer, using the using the MSM to sort of burn through to deal with the dumping, the oxalate dumping. It's probably another reason why some of these people that are susceptible to alopecia in the doing keto, low protein keto, tend to have these sort of issues as well. They're burning through, because of too many green leafy vegetables, they're burning through basically their sulfur levels, and they're not eating enough sulfur-rich foods, which are animal foods. So it's probably another reason for it. More to do with the way they structure their food types than anything else. Another reason to be more carnivore than this nonsensical bullshit that people tend to have is. Anyway, let's move on. But I will do a thing. Mate, Wacky Toaster. It's been a while. I haven't seen you. Where have you been hiding? Oops. Okay. I hope you've got him off sugar. And B vitamins are important. So gut microbiome, I find that most people that they've been on sugar, they've been eating shit, they've got poor gut microbiome, they're not producing enough of the B vitamins, which is an issue. But then again, when it comes to kids and gut microbiome, you probably only need about a month with a much lower dose of probably 25 milligrams and vitamin D to basically restore some of the beneficial gut microbiome. Plus, you definitely need that other Reuteri to suppress any pathogens for a while until all that rebalances. but ultimately, just general sulfur amino acids coming from meats and stuff like that will be more than enough to provide enough sulfur for the child. It won't really need much more. Basically, just eating meat will probably do most of the job itself. The rest of it's sort of like an additional. The D and the B's are the important ones, but the meat is the other important one at that age, because you've still got a lot of redundancy and a lot of capacity to still do things. You're not as senescent or degraded as somebody in an older age, so which is a different condition. So kids usually can rebound much quicker. You can see it. I've known a number of parents that have taken their kids off sugary stuff, and their ADHD, all these sort of problems have just gone away completely. So without actually changing anything, no B vitamins, no D, vitamin D or anything, just basically removing the sugar. So, but there are differences. Let's be honest. Ah, yes, the technician lecturing. Ways or tips to help better transition into high-fat and low-carb diets. Look, I would say that I tend to encourage people to basically do things like, zucchini, which are less problematic, kosh lettuce, which doesn't have the oxalates that spinach has, things like that. Pickled basically. So you got the probiotic side, pickled, cucumbers, things like that. If you're going to use non-pickled like fresh cucumbers, remove the skin like people traditionally used to do. That's where the lectins are. If you basically ferment them and all that, it usually breaks down a lot of that sort of stuff. So those sort of foods I would, for sort of lower carbohydrate type foods, but not the oxalate-rich foods. You want to keep away from the spinach, those sort of things. Even kale, I'd give that a miss. It's garbage. Those sort of things. So you basically stick to foods that are not as bad, and you do that for a while, until your body sort of and you keep reducing slowly the plants and increasing the meats, the animal products, and your body will slowly transition really smoothly. I mean, I never had, when I transitioned, because I sort of went, when I got off my sick diet about a decade ago, I sort of went high-fat Mediterranean, which is what my dad does, because I lived with him for a while. When I came out of the hospital, I was in a real mess at that stage. And then after that, sort of, was able to sort out my relationship as well a bit after that, and then sort of get my act together and slowly transition into a sort of a lowish type carbohydrate diet. Then I sort of transitioned to a paleo diet for a while. I didn't like that. Had too many carbohydrates and not enough. And really the paleo diet was the worst thing, because it introduced me to a whole lot of green vegetables, which are really bad for your gut, and oxalates and stuff like that, which I didn't know then. So I wish I hadn't done the paleo part. And basically sort of then went back to low carb, because I love dairy. And then after that, sort of did ketogenic for a while, then went back to low carb. But this time that I went back to low carb, I went back to low carb with less vegetables. And I started just removing more and more vegetables, and eating more and more animal foods. So I sort of I wasn't intending becoming a carnivore. That wasn't the intention. It was just basically I couldn't see the value of basically cooking a whole lot of shit that basically seemed to cause me more issues with my gut. So the more I got rid of these things, the better I felt. So I go, less of this crap, and sort of more focused on dairy, eggs, seafood, and meats, with a few, as I said, zucchini, pumpkin, things like that, which are easy to digest from via the small intestine, especially pumpkin. So it was much easier to deal with those sort of foods. But and I usually went for the pumpkins that are basically the low sugar pumpkins as well. So things like that, and that helped. That helped, and it was easier to just dish the rest. And then slowly I sort of came across the carnivore community. This is about 2.5 years ago, and I was already most of the way in that direction. So it was very easy to dump the rest and just move on. But I think it is advisable to transition, because you basically gut microbiome adjusts, and it's a much smoother transition. I've heard horror stories of people with, shitting themselves and basically diarrhea for a long period of time. Like a necro kitty had diarrhea for ages, and I just said, well, that's a pathogen you haven't resolved. So she got onto Ruteri supplementation, eliminated those pathogens, but then because she didn't have a restored gut microbiome, a healthy gut microbiome, she basically ended up having constipation. So she went on the B vitamins and stuff like that, and that's helped her quite a bit. Fluids are an important thing especially if the meats have less fat, because fat hydrates, and if you have more leaner meats, that can create issues as well. Lack of salt can be an issue as well, in terms of some issues like that. So you need to basically adjust for all these sort of things as you're transitioning. So I think that pretty much covers it. But the slower the best. You're not doing a 100 meter sprint. View it as a sort of as a longer sort of pacing yourself and moving from one basically. You do the 200, another 200, another 200, and you're sort of moving and just reducing certain things. And there may be issues that you may still have, if you're on plants for a very long time, or kibble. Most people have gallstone, gall sludge issues. To do not do the actual protocols that are on the web, which is basically the bullshit protocols, using olive oil and all that, and trying to cause sort of gallstone flushes. The danger with that is that gallstones could lodge in the bile ducts, and you'll find yourself in hospital. So do not do. The best thing is MK4, which plays a role in bile synthesis and helps improve the sort of the type of viscosity of that. The other important thing is taurine. Taurine plays a big role in emulsification. This is why animal products are good to maintain healthy gallbladder, because they provide enough taurine, and that taurine emulsifies. That means it prevents gallstones from happening. So when people decline their taurine synthesis because of unhealthy lifestyles over a number of decades, you need to supplement taurine. And if you're not eating enough animal products, you're not getting enough taurine to emulsify. That's what a tribal person would get, enough taurine in their diet to basically maintain that good emulsification, so you don't get the sludge and the stones and all that, and you get enough fat and meat in your diet to basically continuously release bile on a demand-driven basis, and you're doing it on a daily basis, which means that you're never basically building sludge or stones, because either use it or lose it, as they say. So, And that's the problem. When we transition, a lot of us have a lot of problem. We may have SIBO, we may have Candida we may have basically H. pylori, not being able to, increase enough stomach acid, which means that's why a lot of people find it much easier on raw meats, because it's easier to deal with a higher pH. All these sort of things are issues that can affect people at transition. So it's very hard to give one approach. But if I'm giving one approach in transitioning, it's basically don't go crazy from one to the other end. Transition, remove the plants slowly over a period of 6 months or whatever. If you've got a number of other underlying issues, maybe over a year, we'll give you don't worry, we'll give you a carnivore card at the end. You don't have to worry that you'll miss out. The key thing is that your body will adjust and be in a better state. And if you've got some of those other underlying issues, we can make some additions within that year period of taurine and MK4, minoquinone 4, to basically deal with some of those things as you're transitioning much easier, rather than trying to push through and give yourself more grief than it's worth it. Anyway. Oh, I'm devastated for you, mate. Was that sincere? Probably not. Our diet has definitely improved my son's issues so much, and he's thriving, but still has issues with his brain in going 100 miles an hour, or just wondering if taurine could help with the ADHD. Hard to say, really hard to say. I think choline would play a more important role in that area than taurine. I still think taurine is important for the brain. Probably where you would get help from taurine is that it does actually increase GABA. That means it actually improves the parasympathetic side. That means it calms you down. But to be honest, I don't know what the dosing for kids is. That's really what it is all about. I've got no studies, absolutely nothing. So I think if an adult human can easily, once you get over 5 or 6, that becomes an issue. I think probably a child should be able to tolerate at least 1 or 2 grams without really much. I wouldn't go. I'd stick to 1 gram initially and wouldn't go above that, and see how he goes in that regard. So, because there could be some underlying issues which you haven't resolved, because maybe some of the previous things that he was doing as a youngster affected certain pathways or certain genetics that got activated and now need to be silenced, turned off. And, if you provide enough sulfur amino acids, you're going to help the methylation side as well. And so it should help the overall calming effect. Technically it should, because it does it in adults to a degree. But I'm not a pediatrician. This is not medical advice. All I can say is, if you're going to start with your son, start at 0.5 gram. See how that goes. Do that for a couple of weeks and then move up to 1 gram. See how that goes. I would not go over 2 grams for a young child. He's only 9. I would always err on the side of caution in that regard. Always. at 1 gram, I'm comfortable. At over 1 gram, I'm not 100%. I'm not. Do you know what I mean? I'm just hoping that the kid only needs 1 gram. You don't have to go any higher to calm. And remember, calming down is a relative term. I used to be a bit of a rat bag myself as a child, but I never was medicated or never sort of had issues. I wouldn't consider myself, a bit of hyperactive as a child, but my parents never classified me as ADHD or anything like that. So let's not over-medicate and let's not medicalize, kids' conditions, because it just could be basically one of those sort of just growing issues or whatever. It may not be even ADHD, just because doctors like to label everything. I'd be more than comfortable with up to 1 gram, but beyond 1 gram, I wouldn't be comfortable. Personally, I wouldn't do it. But up to 1 gram, I'd be comfortable with that for a child. But beyond that, no. That's just me. I mean, you're the parent. You're the responsible adult to decide whether you just basically say, no, meat's enough. And I wouldn't disagree with the word meat's enough. If you keep the other stuff out, the problematic stuff, over time, meat should do the problem. Maybe you take it for a short amount of time, taurine, just to basically provide that shift, to shift the child to a more calmer state, and then meat will be enough. So let's not over-medicalise our kids or, treat them like an experiment. I just feel very uncomfortable about that sort of stuff. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Mate, we've all been damaged to some extent. I've had a lot of issues that I've had to deal with in the last 10 years. So I've come a long way. So, you should have felt sorry for me. I felt sorry for myself back then. I don't anymore. I'm a hell of a lot better. And even my relationship with Mira is much better, So a lot of the issues of the past have sort of moved on and stuff like that. So, yeah, you get on with life, you refocus, you sort things out, you take responsibility, and you get things sorted and do the research to find out how to do it, how to improve things. Did a lot of that. And you guys are the beneficiaries of some of that stuff. Can you do on teeth mineralization? I can tell you one thing that you can do. You can have high doses of MK4, and you can also eat foods. There's an old experiment they did years ago. They took bone that had low mineralization, and they actually put minerals and the actual and they put some other substance. I can't remember what the substance is. There was some sort of low mineralization in the saliva. And what happened was, that's what it is, low mineral. And what happened was, the bone started losing more. The saliva would take more away from the bone. When the saliva had shitloads of minerals, it would actually give back to the bone. What does that tell you? That tells you basically that trace minerals are really important. And the depletion of our soils and the loss of a lot of trace minerals is part of the problem. Well, that is why, me, I usually use, trace minerals. Remember the King Island stuff that I talk about? Trace minerals? Well, I use trace minerals, and occasionally have some of those. But also, organ meats, I have a bit of that. Crustaceans in particular. I will basically at least once a fortnight have mussels, have like soup of, crustaceans. Mussels is very high in minerals. So you've got to get some of those minerals in. I mean, our ancestors lived along rivers and along coastal areas. They didn't live inland. It's only when we created civilization that they moved inland. They followed the rivers and followed the coastline. That's how they moved around the world. They only moved inland where there were no rivers when civilization was created. And you could, because you could transport stuff from remote areas to other areas. But if you couldn't get access to stuff, you stayed put close to rivers because that's where most of the game was, most of the other animals, where you could hunt them much easier, and where you had access to crustaceans, fish and stuff like that. So I would say you need to get those sort of foods in. If you don't like those foods, you can use, or you're not constantly able to eat those foods, you can get a trace mineral supplement. That's one option. The other important element is the fat-soluble vitamins. When it comes to mineralization, fat-soluble vitamins play a big role, and so does sodium. So if you're restricting sodium, you're going to have problems with mineralization as well. So that's pretty much the nook and cranny of it. We've actually seen people that have taken high doses of MK4 and they've seen actual tartar or build-up or tartar being removed from their teeth and their teeth improving in mineralization and strength. So MK4 is a real big player. The other fat-soluble vitamins like retinol, vitamin D and all that do play a role, but MK4 seems to play a bigger role. So it's really interesting in that regard. But you still need the others because they do basically are involved in some of the enzymes that are produced. But it's really the big activator, which used to be called Activator X by, Western A. Price, is really MK4. That is the bee's knees in dealing with improving mineralization and bone density and stuff like that. So, yes, very important to get enough. What are the best foods for MK4? Emu oil. Brie, one of my favorite cheeses. Camembert, another one of my favorite cheeses. Gouda, another good cheese for MK4. Liver, eggs, those sort of foods. Plenty of foods in the animal. Butter, very high in MK4 as well, especially if it's raw butter or raw milk, stuff like that. It's raw dairy primarily, so you haven't lost too much of the fat-soluble vitamins to the heating process. So that's the sort of stuff that you need to have in your diet to deal with that stuff. Anyway, but I will at some stage do something on that level. Yeah, sometimes. Yes, life is a bit like that. You can only do as much as you can do. At the end of the day, yeah, you got to cruise and chill out because that's the only way to live. I learned that a long time ago, that I had to learn to sort of just do breathing exercises and learn to chill out because you can't change everything and you can't save everyone. Seems I've advanced osteoarthritis through my spine curacy. It's not in other bones. My mother had years ago, she's passed away now, but she actually had sort of an arthritis in the soft tissue, and it was due to some sort of, it's believed by a lot of physicians that it's due to some sort of virus, a coronavirus, similar to, colds and stuff, but a specific coronavirus that she was probably more susceptible to for whatever reason. And it caused this sort of autoimmune soft tissue and it caused her where she didn't really have, like, the spine didn't degenerate, but she had this sort of soft, the tissue around the spine actually was highly inflamed most of the time. So she had to be on, steroids and stuff like that, which caused other issues and health issues, which is another story in itself. Typical of the modern medical system, try to solve one problem, create another one. What's new? So, yeah, so I'm not, so it doesn't necessarily mean that it's just because of your past indiscretions, just because you had a poor diet in the past and caused some of these issues, not enough fat-soluble vitamins and all that. Obviously, they do play a role. Not enough vitamin D is a big one. Vitamin D, deficiency in vitamin D is associated with so many bone issues and arthritic issues, and most people have been deficient for years and years and years. It's only very recently that people have woken up about the importance of vitamin D, but they've done a lot of damage in the interim. So, yes. So, unfortunately, that's one of the realities. MK4 is the other one. Basically, when you look at pasteurized dairy, you pretty much kill most of it. You don't have as much. Not everybody sits there eating Gouda and Brie, let's be honest. They usually eat other cheeses which are much lower because of the pasteurization, and the bacteria that they put into them are different. They don't produce MK4. They produce some of the other aminoquinones, and sometimes people don't have good conversion rates. We know that there are a third of the population can't even convert MK7, so it's a waste of time even consuming it or supplementing it. And others have varying degrees. It's the reason why it stays resident in your bloodstream, which isn't a good thing. I think it can be a pro-inflammatory thing. So I definitely steer people away from MK7. That's my opinion. Pretty much on the MK7 thing. I've said plenty, you know. But I would say fat-soluble vitamins are very important, mate, and I would say anything that actually can reduce inflammation is really important. Once I find out about the senescence type, I'll flick you a link, or I'll put it in my Synalytic video, so for people can go and test themselves and find out how much senescence they have. Because sometimes if you've got a lot of senescence, they can create more damage, so to speak. And I do know that there are people that have concentrations of senescence in different parts, different tissues, far more. Some have more in their lungs, or more in their heart, or more in their kidneys, or more in different parts of their organs. They have more different levels of senescence. So Synalytics can play a role there as well, but you've got to support Synalytics then with fat-soluble vitamins and appropriate protein levels to sort of turn that around when you're actually rebuilding and fixing. There's a lot of that sort of stuff. I'm still trying to get my head on the best protocols for all of that sort of stuff, Dom, because there's a lot of things that people throw out there, but they're not working. And we need to find better solutions for people to be able to action better solutions. So we're still not there. And a lot of these issues are not being talked about. Everybody's just talking about the general sort of stuff, and nobody's looking into this sort of stuff. And I'm sort of looking into it, not looking into it, back and forth, depending on how much time I've got. I wish some other people would be doing a bit of research as well into these sort of areas, because they could help. I mean, even if they didn't come up with the best solutions, at least they may read a couple of studies that I didn't have time to read, and then I'll look at it and go, oh, that's interesting. I've read also this, and this. Oh, that sort of contradicts there or there, and actually make improve my protocol even further because of somebody else's mistakes or some reductionism or whatever, but it may give some insight. But unfortunately, there's not bloody much around. There's just so and there's too much contradictory research. God, the amount of research, and the majority of it is medicalised. You know, it's the big pharma. God, this drug on that drug on this drug on that fucking drug on osteoarthritis or whatever. And it's just basically trying to find old studies where they were done really well, and that's really hard. I've pretty much given up on North America and Europe when it comes to osteoarthritis. I am currently researching for some, not only osteoarthritis, but a number of other conditions. I'm researching literature in countries like India, Iran, other Central Asian countries, some of the other places around the world that are basically doing basic research in some of these areas. That's what I'm actually looking at the moment. And even there, some of them are actually they're not doing as, they're getting caught up in a bit of reductionism as well. So I'm still trying to make heads or tails with a lot of the stuff. So yeah, maybe something got lost in some of these translations. I don't know. But yeah, there's still a lot of question marks on a lot of these things. And so, yeah, watch this space, basically. That's all I can say, Dom. Watch this space. I'm definitely looking into this sort of stuff. I'm trying to find the best approach for people to basically restore, but I'm saying that collagen is at the heart of it. We know the fat-soluble vitamins, but I don't know what the dosages that we need to get into and what other elements we need to throw in. That's where I'm not confused, but that's where I'm not, there's uncertainty, you know. So I'm trying to find something and then maybe, contact you and say, well, just try these and see how you go, and then do a scan, you know where you are, try it, then go and do another scan, see have there been improvements. Then at least we know we're onto something. Because I don't have the condition, so I can't test myself. So I can test my lungs, I can test my heart and all that, and do certain things and see improvements and know, yep, that's working. I can test my father with some of his stuff, with his kidneys and stuff like that, and I can see that's improving. But when it comes to spinal stuff and all that, I don't have an experimental animal to test on within the family. So, you maybe have to be me passing some of this info to you, emailing it to you, and then getting you to test some of this, the protocol, see does it fucking work in the first place, or am I barking up the wrong tree? So yeah, it's like that sort of stuff. See you, Richard. Good to have you here anyway, mate. Yeah. If you need to sleep, go and sleep. They actually don't drink as much as we thought. It's actually less than that. That was actually wrong. So the 4 litres thing, based on what they basically, they're probably consuming about less than 2 litres, or around 2 litres, because half of it nearly is blood. So yeah, from what Mary said, so it's a couple of cups. So if you're looking at 1 cup, you're probably looking at, a cup would probably have 500, half a litre, like a real 16-ounce sort of cup, half a litre. You've got about 2 or 3, so probably 1.5 litres, maybe 2 in that regard, but probably 1.5 litres, which is about 75 grams. And remember, they're not actually at the same time, they're not having any meat, so they're not engaging the Randall cycle at all. and they're quite physically active all through the day because when they actually having the milk, they're moving the animals around. So they're depleting glycogen. So as they're having those meals, they're not having, like they'll have a glass now with blood and then they'll have glass later on. So, that means they're getting about 25 grams and that's being depleted and replaced as glycogen. So then again, another one. So quite easily you can put in your liver about 100 grams. So yeah, it's probably neither here or there. And then they have days where, they'll just have meat days. So it's a mixed bag. It's not exactly in that regard. So interesting to have somebody on there. Now, somebody who's doing a lot of, now, how did the old bodybuilders get around this, the Randall cycle thing? Well, if you think about it, what did they do? Shitloads more exercise compared to, and a lot of it, remember, was mixed. They would combine cream with milk with eggs. So the end result was much lower in terms of sugar. Plus, they did a lot of physical to deplete the glycogen with their physical activities. So again, that's why we weren't noticing any sort of Randall cycle activation for those sort of traditional bodybuilders. So it sort of explains, depending on theirs, it's like, people undernourished, under eating and having a bit of rice and doing a lot of physical work and depleting, burning up those calories and basically putting a bit in glycogen. But they were always under eating for a long time until they got wealthier in more recent times, moved into the middle classes, became more sedentary and started eating more, and they got sicker. So they had no adaptation or protection against, eating shitloads of rice. That was a myth, because we know it doesn't work now. It works against them. So these are the sort of things. It's sometimes because we've got people from the outside looking in without having the cultural sensitivity or understanding the lifestyle characteristics of these people, we end up getting a skewed understanding. And that's what's happened in the past. So, no, it's a bit different, So do check out the DJ Projectus. Do check out the chats that I did with Mary, because we cover a lot of these issues in terms of the milk consumption and how they do it compared to meat consumption days, and how much, a couple of glasses of milk with blood. So it's actually even, much lower, the content. So yeah, we need to nuance it. '80s man. I'm an '80s man as well, you could say, because I was in the '80s. I was in my teenage years. Remember, I was born in 1966, so mid '80s. I was in my 20s or 19. Yeah. Anyway, and okay, maximum mainstream media in our country says 1 egg a day. More than that is dangerous. What a load of garbage. Yes, I know, they do. And then that old geezer who lived to 88, outlived his parents, had no special genetics, and was consuming on average 25 eggs a day. Absolute fucking nonsense. It fails the Bradford Hill criteria. The more you increase something, the worse the condition should get. The more you decrease something, like tobacco, went up, went down, reduced, cardiovascular incidence reduced, but then it increased again, and people were wondering, well, smoking's gone down, why is cardiovascular disease going up again? Well, that was the sugar and the seed oils that were increasing at the same time, and that was that crossover. And also then, plateaued out, but it wasn't, the deaths were a plateau out, and that was more to do with, better improvements in medical, the ability to save you, to pump chemicals into you and revive your heart. and minimise the damage. So, yeah, these things changed. Technology, but the cardiovascular incidence kept on going up because we were eating more kibble and seed oils. But what I was trying to say is that the Bradford Hill criteria with things, they're supposed to, the more you increase something, the worse it should get. Doesn't happen with eggs. 25 eggs should have knocked that person dead doing it for a couple of decades. I mean, the doctor knew him for a couple of decades. His friend knew him for a couple of decades. And most people said that he was doing that for most of his life. So, and even he said he was doing it for most of his life. So that's a lot of eggs per day and outliving and having no health problems. Yes, I've shown that before on a couple of live streams in the past. Probably should do us. It's part of the myths and falsehood of veganism, that series, which I haven't started yet. Bad boy, yes, I know. I'm trying to make little actionable videos on these different subjects that vegans bring up all the time. So you guys can just say, when they say that, you can go, I'm going to pin this 5-minute. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it down to 5 or 6 minutes. So I have to be really careful when I do these little videos. I'll be really sharp and to the point and hammer the message across, and you'll be able to just pin it quickly against those veg-tarded misanthropists and say, you're talking shit, So they are coming probably mid-year before I have enough time to basically do them. Once I get past some of this health-related stuff, cancer, kidney issues and all that, and I do those videos, eventually I will get on to doing the myths and falsehoods of veganism series. So that's a focus of mine. It's probably motivated me because YouTube, each time I put up the list, YouTube removes it from my discussion page because they're a bunch of wankers. All my other stuff stays there, but just the AI sees the vegan myths and falsehoods. And even though it's good because it's based on good science, everything's linked to proper scientific studies and information, and they remove it because they're a bunch of fucking pack of cunts. Simple as that. Piss me off, no end. Yes, that's what the idiots, the moronic people would say. And then when you point out the obvious, you say, well, what happened here? It must be a miracle. Yeah. You're a moron. It would be my answer. A miraculous moron. So, yes. What can one say? But we need these little things to be able to hammer them over the head. It's like taking a baseball bat to the fuckers. We're talking about without the violence. Anyway, I've seen long time ketogenic eat up to 70 carbs, grams, you mean, example, and I've never done that for 3 strict carnivores, but I think it's individualized, maybe. There's also a difference, but you are right. There is I've talked about it before, about lactose versus the other sugars. Because remember, with that, you've got both glucose and galactose. Galactose, before it gets to, going through glycolysis, it needs to go through 4 other enzymatic pathways, and that gets slowed down. And also, the more fat you have in the meal, that also slows down the uptake of sugar. So you get the fat in the milk that slows down the sugar uptake, then the conversion of half of that sugar, the galactose part of the lactose, that has to go through 4 enzymatic pathways before it can get to glucose 6-phosphate, which is, at that beginning part of glycolysis. So before, where, sugar can just go directly to that. Glucose can go bang directly to glucose 6-phosphate, the beginning of glycolysis, where galactose has to go through these 4 enzymatic stages. That means you need to also upregulate and transcript a whole lot of enzymes to do that job. Otherwise, let's say you were to interfere somehow with any of that, you wouldn't be able to absorb it. You wouldn't be able to convert it to glucose. So where do you think it would end? In the bowl. Yes, in the toilet bowl. So, if some people have impeded conversion, and they do, where do you think it ends? So, yes, it can be different on that angle. Genetics. Me, ball bad Harry, complaining about how his hair is too thick. Yes, I know, how awful. It pisses off Bart as well. That's why I rub it in. But he's a poor bastard, because he's basically, as I said to him, you've got multiple generations of people basically doing the wrong thing, getting baldness, really bad baldness, and then, because you don't see it in tribal societies, and then basically those genes got turned on permanently. And now you've got baldness permanently. But when you've got genes that can be silenced with a species-appropriate diet, that doesn't happen. You can turn them off. So, obviously if I did the wrong thing, I would get more alopecia, as I was when I was young, a few years back, getting more alopecia, more loss of hair and stuff like that, thinning out and stuff like that. And eventually, if I did that a couple of generations, then eventually my descendants would also be bald like Bart or anyone else which has got that sort of condition. But, people talk about alopecia and all that. I go, get that damn protein in. Get the fat-soluble vitamins in, get the zinc, get all those things that help, plus the sulfur. Sulfur's a big one, so plays a big role in. And our diet tends to be sulfur-rich, methionine, sulfur amino acid, So generally speaking, a carnivore diet supports good nail and hair generally. Obviously, if you add MSM to it, you can really thicken up your hair. That's what I recommend to women always, because I know a number of women are always asking me, how can I thicken up my hair? I say, get heavily on an MSM supplement. That'll help. I think also because of a lot of oxalates as well, that sort of shit a lot of people have been doing for a lot of years, green leafy vegetables. It's no wonder a lot of people who are vegetarians and vegans and all that tend to have higher levels of alopecia and, these sort of issues. Why? Thinning out of hair. Because you're bleeding through, your oxalates bleeding through your sulfur stores. So you've got less sulfur for your hair, for your nails. That's another reason why you see vegans with brittle hair, brittle nails and stuff like that. It's not accidental, with the diet, the deficient diet and their highly toxic diet with all the anti-nutrients and shit in it. Obviously it's gonna create more problems for them. Even the young ones, let alone when they get old, they really go bad. Yes. Gregor and his advice. You need to work it out. It's going to be different. Couple of grams. Look, I would do about 3 grams. I only do a gram now, but I don't have the oxalate issues anymore. So I don't know about your circumstances, mate. If you've still got some oxalate issues, you may be still burning through more sulfur than normal. Check your nails. And nails are really good, better than your hair. If you see my nails are quite clear, but if you basically see on the nails, really like roughness, or sort of you probably don't have enough sulfur in the diet. So that's the thing that I would look at. So it can vary from people, but I think the biggest problem is our past indiscretion and bloody oxalates. The bastards of a thing, the way they burned through. So yeah. So I hope that it was good enough ban. I'm glad you're seeing the results with MSM. A lot of other people are as well. Can someone with histamine intolerance heal with proper nutrition? Yep, you can. Actually, taurine can break down histamines. Yes, it can. The other important thing is vitamin D to close up the tight junctions. Very important. Certain fats, saturated fats and monounsaturated fats that are in good quantities in animal foods tend to also help with tight junctions, and DAO. So to degrade, they help produce more of the fats to help degrade more DAO, which is good. I noticed, I consume shitloads of cured meats. I'm not joking. Every single day I have basically fermented foods, which is basically cheeses. Every day I have cheese. And every day I basically, have a number of dairy products which are fermented, like yogurt and stuff like that. So, and I have cured meats, aged meats. I love aged meats. So I eat shitloads of aged meat. Jerky, raw cured meats, which are high in histamine, very high in histamine. I probably have them twice or three times a week as a snack. So I don't have any problems. I used to in the past. But again, you've got to fix, also some of the important beneficial bacteria can break down histamines. There's a number of beneficial bacteria. So you may need the Reuteri to, let's say, get in there and kill off or lower the threshold of some of the pathogenics. And then the B vitamins and D vitamin to restore the beneficials, which also help degrade histamine. So once you do all that, things usually settle down and sort themselves out. Species-appropriate diet with 3 months of B vitamins, no more than 50 milligrams, and the lowest pantothenic acid variety you can find, the better. And don't forget the methylfolate and methylcobalamin. Don't get the cyano crap. You may have a similar genetic like me that can turn it to cyanide. So be very careful with that, unless you know. So pretty much that sort of stuff. It's a video that I'm wanting to do, but I haven't done it yet on histamines. But that's a bit of a starter for you. You're welcome, mate. He's way out of Australia. Yes. It's that big, no Blinky. What would I do there? It's that big mountain range, called the Alps. Blinky. You live in a place which is quite flat, Western Australia. Up syndrome. What do you... Oh, God, what am I saying? What do you make of the COVID situation in India? Is the media fear-mongering? Look, I don't know enough about the recent. There seems to be, I don't know, is it a variant or a strain? Nobody's convinced me exactly whether it's a variant or a strain. If it's a strain, then it's concerning. If it's a variant, it's not concerning. The levels from what I've seen Ivor has, because he does a lot of research on India, and what I've seen with Ivor Cummings is when you look at the levels, they're not, some other parts of the world are much higher. I think the biggest problem in India isn't basically the levels that are much lower than other parts of the world. I don't think that's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is their medical system is under-resourced. It's basically, it's not, it needs more work. It needs more investment from the government. And it's very hard to do it in the middle of, a sort of, an outbreak of this sort. And that's where the problem lies. So they've basically been caught with their pants down. Because remember, these coronaviruses vary. Like the flu is slightly not as bad in a sense. It's weaker. I sort of got because I still have that lung thing. I had my flu vax a couple of days ago. It was earlier last week on, what was it, Tuesday, I think. So I got that out of the way. So that got sorted. So I don't have a problem with flu vaxes because basically they're done in the traditional way. So there's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. I'm concerned with the mRNAs. I'm concerned with these adenovirus types and all that. They're not done in the traditional way. So that's where my concern. Novavax is done more in the traditional way, or similar in a sense. Rather than using eggs, they use moths. So they infect moths, and with the spike and a virus, they don't infect the human, which is good, but the moth. And then in the moth, it creates a massive viral load. And then they collect that viral load and put it into, which is a deactivated spike proteins of the virus. And then they put those into something to then inject into a human, where, the flu vax is very similar. They use the eggs to basically grow them, and then basically they extract them, all these proteins, and basically put them in, and so they go into your body, create an an immune response, and basically that's done. There's no replication in there. There's not a virus in there replicating, uncontrollably, or, causing any issues, stuff like that. Probably the adenoviruses, they have been known to cause clotting. It's well known in the literature. It's not Harry Serpanos saying, there's shitloads in the literature saying that. That's where the issue lies. They should have used a different, but anyway, that's a different story. The human variety that we get at birth usually basically gets dealt with pretty fast at the time of birth, so it never becomes an issue. It can become an issue later on in life, and it has been considered as a weaker immune system. But then again, what's a weaker immune system? People are eating inappropriately, weakening their immune system, or having a low vitamin D status. So, yeah, that's where the problem lies. But is there fear-mongering? Yeah, probably is, quite a bit, unfortunately. If everybody was on vitamin D and eating a better diet, I would suspect we wouldn't be discussing this issue whatsoever. Problem is people living in cities nowadays are highly depleted in vitamin D. Their status, the majority of the population, 90% of the population is deficient in vitamin D. So you can't regulate your immune system properly because of lack of vitamin D. You're susceptible both to the virus, and you're susceptible also to these drugs, or these interventions, because they are risk factors. Now, if you did the stupid thing and actually vaccinated yourself with an mRNA, all I can say, good luck to you. But I would say that to avoid a cytokine storm potential from some sort of adverse reaction, I would basically keep my vitamin D levels up for the next couple of years. If you've done the AstraZeneca for whatever, in that regard, I would make sure that I was on a low dose, basically aspirin for a number of weeks, to be on the safe side. But I'm looking forward to later this year when the Novavax becomes available, because that's the one I'll be using. And it's not because I deem it a necessity. It's more because, one, it's traditional, so it's like the flu vax, so I don't have a problem with it. And the second thing is I'll get the government off my back. I'll be able to be able to travel and do things like that, because without, it's becoming like the Germany with Gestapo. You had to literally stop at every single checkpoint and show your internal passport. It's becoming the same way with these COVID passports, potentially, that you'll have to stop at different places and show your COVID passport. So that's the annoying part of it. But I don't have a problem with Novavax. It's probably the least problematic. The problem is with all of them is, one, there are specific issues with some of them, and two, they've come into effect more as an emergency without sufficient, and even some of the studies that they've done, the trials and all that, they've been fast-tracked. That means they've just basically tick and flick, fast-tracked. Yeah, it looks okay. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Yeah, it looks okay, and all that. So people say, oh, they've done all these, but yeah, they've done, but they haven't done them in the traditional way where it would have been done over a number of months, and these people would have been monitored to make sure that there were no side effects. And then they would tick them off. They are ticking them off, well, then they're still basically vaccinating people with that stuff. So that's basically, you're doing an experiment on the population. It's not it's not the proper procedure, but at the end of the day, it was basically either shut down the economy or, but there was alternatives. Ivermectin, vitamin D, other things. But, yes, COVID is much worse than the flu. It's about 3 to 4 times worse. But at the same time, it's not the big killer that we were told. It basically is not, the 1918 type killer. This one is far less. Now, they are saying that this strain seems to be killing some younger people in India. That's a concern, because it means that if that's the case, it means it's not a variant but a strain. Why do I say that? If it was a variant, your MMR vaccine that you did as a youngster should have protected you, because the mumps part of the MMR, it has a similar coating, which means that your body is slightly immune. That's why young people didn't get it or have any consequences when they got it. So if it's changing its protein structure, it's mutating into a different strain, it seems strange that is happening. I'm not convinced. And I'll tell you why I'm not convinced. Because SARS-1, and this is basically SARS-2, which is very similar in the way it mutates at the same rate, the mutation is coming too early. If it was a flu, that mutates much faster. That's why we've not been able to deal with flu. No vaccine really helps. It's just when I do the flu vax, it's just more to update my template. So at least I've got a bit of minuscule protection. That's about it. But generally speaking, it's not really that effective. It's just one of those things. But the reality is that I don't believe it's another strain. I think it's a variant, and I think some of these younger people must have had other comorbidities and susceptibilities, like some of the people that died young in the US and other parts of the world because they had underlying, really bad health problems. So that's what I'm thinking. A bit like the frail people that are very vulnerable, have a lot of underlying health issues. These younger people had similar things. They weren't as healthy. They weren't just young, healthy people. They were young people with a lot of health problems. So, and maybe if they were taking ivermectin and vitamin D, they probably wouldn't have had those issues. They probably wouldn't have died. But because we can't do studies on these people because of the way the whole thing is set up, we can't say. But we know from studies of older people that are very frail. In the Spanish study where they did the vitamin D, the high dose vitamin Ds, they basically prevented those people from going into ICU and dying. So the intervention group had no people going. I think it was about 2% went into ICU, a very small percentage, and basically no one died. In the non-intervention group, that was on the placebo, there was about half the 50-something, I think. I can't remember whether it was 48 or 54%, about half the people ended up in ICU and a number of them died. I can't remember the exact amount. So it's quite clear that vitamin D is the bee's knees in dealing with coronaviruses. It doesn't surprise me. If you take a look at all coronaviruses, they usually basically are worse in winter when most people's vitamin D status is lower. So, that could have been, and most of these countries have, a lot of darker skinned people that work indoors now rather than outdoors. And these people need to be multiple hours. I mean, somebody with a white complexion can be out for half an hour to an hour and get really good levels of vitamin D. Somebody who's darker skinned needs to be out for 6+ hours. Now, if you're an office worker, more people now working indoors in a lot of these countries, what happens in factories and stuff like that? They're not getting enough, vitamin D. And that's why the levels of vitamin D are very low in India. They've been recorded in a lot of epidemiological studies on vitamin D status within India. They've been declining in a lot of these countries. That's why they're more susceptible. The more they urbanize, the more they work in factories, the more they work less on the land, the higher the levels of vitamin D deficiency in the population, the higher the risk for these sort of respiratory infections. So I just think it's more that some of these people being susceptible. There's a lot of, in the last couple of decades, we've seen a massive explosion of both seed oils. Seed oils a couple of 15 odd years ago, they weren't as very prevalent. Now they basically make up 85% of all oils. So they've displaced tropical oils like coconut oil and palm oil because they're cheaper. And so the seed oils have dominated 85% of the market. And then when you look at the amount of kibble in the market and refined sugars, that's gone up as well. So these people are much metabolically sicker and more deficient in vitamin D. And that's where the problem lies. So, yeah. Anyway, my good friend, a 3-year-old, is autistic spectrum. Besides keto, is there anything worth looking into? I know, tough questions probably. They tend to also be lower in vitamin D. They tend to be also lower in their gut microbiome tends to be in a mess. So, again, beneficial bacteria, B vitamins, but the lower dosages, we're talking about like the 25 or even lower, the children's type, there's child B vitamins, much lower sort of levels. So you can do that for a couple of months with the vitamin D, like 1,000 IUs, and basically bring the kid microbiome back up to status in that regard. Choline is a very important thing. They tend to be quite deficient in choline and even taurine. And I don't know why when it comes to taurine, why they have problems with biosynthesis or why they don't have enough. Maybe the body is using more, and that's why there is less detected I'm not sure, and we don't know. So I haven't seen a mechanistic study to explain it. So I have noticed that when you use more taurine in a child with autism and choline, things seem to resolve and get much better. So yeah, try that and let me know, because I can only go on some of the literature and some of the animal studies and stuff like that, and some of the anecdotes and things like that I've seen. I am still doing more research into autism and all that, and I'm trying to look at other mechanisms and trying to basically come up with, I would say probably in about 2 months' time, I should have a video on autism to cover it a bit more comprehensively, on a protocol that is going to basically improve the child. But I don't have. There's a lot of areas that I'm still a bit, because there's not enough science out there. The biggest problem is there's not enough science. At the moment, I'm going on anecdotes. I'll be completely candid with you. I'm going on anecdotes. I'm going on some sort of a number of the different groups around that have tried different things. I know some people try MCT oils. They try those. They see a bit of improvement and all that. So there's obviously an energy issue there as well. It's not very clear. There's a number of these sort of issues. I wouldn't bother with MCTs. I think more a low carb ketotic type state for the child would be better in that regard. So these things would resolve much better. I can actually look at, take epilepsy. They were able to reverse in the 1920s in Johns Hopkins University Hospital. They were able to reverse epilepsy in a large proportion of their clients. This is before drugs existed for epilepsy, by putting them on a very strict therapeutic ketogenic diet. And for a number of months, they were able to change the way the brain functioned and stuff like that. And they were able to fix the problem for a lot of these kids. Now, the kid is quite young, which is good in a sense, because we can still do more remodeling at that age, The other important thing that I've actually seen in silencing genes and reversing a number of really debilitating neurological conditions that are basically genetically based, we're talking about, and turning off those genes. These are not stuff like epigenetics we're talking about here. We're talking about hardwired genetics. This is in Israel at Tel Aviv University, and it has to do with basically phosphatidylserine. So I think phosphatidylserine should also be part of the protocol but I haven't worked out the dosages for children. That's the thing. So expect something like that. I would try and get a phosphatidylserine in there as well in the mix at this stage, because it's important. If we can silence those genes and actually improve some of the general functioning, the other stuff may be able to work better. Choline is another important thing, and usually choline supplement will provide that because it gets through the blood-brain barrier. I know MK4 is another important thing, so that plays a big role in the brain. And it seems to, with some of these neurological conditions and all that, seems to play even more important than many people suspect up until now. So it's interesting to be that. But again, when it comes to menaquinone 4, I'm not sure about the dosages on these things. So I've got anecdotes, but I don't really have studies to basically give you a dosage. I'm still investigating and trying to work out what I think. I think if an adult can tolerate comfortably 45 to more milligrams, could a child tolerate 5? Like the Carlson one, possibly. Is my thinking. But it's an area I'm still grappling with some of the, how the components, the primary components. Obviously, choline, taurine, and phosphatidylserine are, in my primary hat of things, especially the phosphatidylcholine and phosphatidylserine. Those two are primary. Then some of the others are, sulfurs and stuff like that are probably in that second tier, and then some of the others are in that third tier. But I'm still trying to work out some of the dosages that I feel comfortable with, and it sort of covers all these childhood sort of neurological issues, not only autism but some of the others, and that's where I'm trying to create a sort of a general protocol for these sort of conditions to improve cerebral functioning and improvements to it structurally, improving stuff and silencing certain genes as well. So it's a work in progress. Let me put it that way. Yes, undercapitalization in medical stuff. Yep, diet definitely helps with a lot of these things. You can see it. Hello, good to see you here. You can see it basically, when you basically have more taurine or stuff like that, it increases GABA. It's sort of, when you even the non-stuffing stuff down your mouth, just basically mindful thinking or exercise or yoga type things, like breathing exercise and all that, that can calm the body down. All these sort of things, they help as well. So, g'day, Sam. Hey, don't knock it. Remember that old geezer? 25 eggs a day. Overcoming this is a good video about the situation. Basically, exaggerated mainstream. Yep, I would say so. Good on you, kitty. That's the only, I know other people have told me about, Ruteri, and said, I bought this other one, it didn't work. And I'm going, no, because they are different strains. There is Ruteri as a family, and in the family, there's a lot of different strains, and those strains have got numbers, and you got to be very careful. Sam got into that sort of mistake, the different numbers, because some Ruteri are beneficial, others are neutral, and there is a couple that actually are non-beneficial, can actually cause some issues. Just because it's a Ruteri doesn't mean it's good. It just means that some of the strains really work well. It's like the two strains in that Swedish thing that me and Kitty get. One of them actually really works well against C. diff. The other one, not much. So, but it does other good things in taking out and minimizing other pathogens or improving or suppressing some other stuff that allows then the more beneficial to grow. So they all play their different roles, but the DSM, the one with a longer number, that one is a much more potent against a lot of these pathogens like C. diff and stuff like that. Remember, 40% of operations in the US every year happen because of people unresolved C. diff in the gut issues where they've literally chop out part of your gut or whatever. And that's due to C. diff. Ruteri annihilates it. So if you do it long enough, you will eliminate C. diff and won't have the problem and won't have to have your gut cut out. So very important, but you have to get the right strain. And unfortunately, it costs. And that's the only company in the world that has a patent on that strain. Nobody else. So unless you're getting that supplement, you're not getting the right strain. Thanks, Zombie. I think Keto would be a great part of for both him and the father. Yes, exactly. What's Dave saying? Unfortunately, when I first discovered Keto, I looked for online advice and found Eric Berg's. Here's 6 cups of greens per day. Yeah, I know. I think that made the transition to carnivore much worse. Constipation. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Look, a lot of people have went down that pathway of too many veggies and caused themselves all sorts of grief. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I know. I mean, nowadays he basically, what was it? I'm trying to remember. Oh, God. I said it last time, mate. He actually, in one of his videos, it was, I think, about 3 months ago, I think. I could be wrong. It was around, it was definitely around either before Christmas or after Christmas. I can't remember. Could have been a New Year thing. Anyway, but he actually said that basically if you've got gut issues and stuff like that, you should be, a carnivore diet's fine. So, but remember, he sells supplements, green supplements and stuff like that. So it's really hard for him to pull away from that. And unfortunately, he is the biggest, most people, it's Bergs that actually they get to see first, which is unfortunate because they get the oxalate damaging effects of his approach, which is the downside. I mean, if you promoted lactoferrin and said to people, well, take lactoferrin, bind the fucking, raw milk to bind a lot of the oxalates, a lot of the lectins, people probably would have less issues on that front. And if you advise citric acid, and MSM, they probably would have less issues on the oxalate side, but he doesn't. That's the downside. Can much of it, vitamin D, we washed off the skin after sun exposure, or is it formed in a layer? Look, it basically forms, but actually does get absorbed. It doesn't take very long to absorb. Now, obviously, if you go out for half an hour and then go and wash your hands, your arms and all that immediately, you won't get much. But if you leave it on there for, at least 2 hours or whatever, you will absorb, quite a bit of that. So it happens slightly just below and slightly close to the surface as well. With animals, it happens basically in their hair follicles. So that's why the animals lick their hair to get the vitamin D. You'll see cats, out in the sun and then they'll lick their hair. That's how they get the vitamin C, the D, sorry, and dogs and other animals like that. Yep. So, yeah, vitamin D is definitely on the skin, on the hair follicles for them. Us, it's, there's a bit that actually it gets absorbed and pretty much, because UVB doesn't penetrate deep. It's only UVA that penetrates very deep. And that's another reason why UVA in the morning and in the evening, you can get more of the energy, like the sort of the red spectrum that comes from UVA type in the morning and in the evening, and that can actually be very beneficial to the mitochondria. But that's a Jack Cruz type discussion, so we won't get into that. But yeah. Okay. Yep. Look, I know that there are with the ADHD, with autism, and a lot of other things, and ALS, and number of things. The problem is that there is an association, quite clear association, but we don't know why these children are not biosynthesizing appropriately. And nobody's been able to work out appropriate dosages either. And that's another problem in itself. And so, yeah, I'm trying to get my head around and working out correct dosages. As I said, giving the child, half a gram and then going to 1 gram. I don't think 1 gram's a problem. 2 grams. If it was my child, I'd probably do it to 2 grams. Can I advise that to other people? No, because I can't basically evidence it sufficiently. But I don't have a problem with higher levels of taurine that other people may have. But I can't, do you know what I mean? You sometimes have to be a bit careful what you say. I can back up 1 gram easily. 2 grams I can't back up is really what I'm trying to say. But if it was my child, I'd still do it. That's the only difference. But I can't back it up. So I can't actually promote it or recommend it or whatever. Yeah. So no problems, man. Take care. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'm about 25 minutes away from pulling the plug, so we're just winding down for the rest of the night. History, traumatic birth, meat-based diet makes him physically very healthy. He's a genius, but he doesn't totally help with hyperactivity. Yep. Taurine should help it with that. Good. Those meds cause too many side effects and too many problems in the long run. They are contraindicated as far as I'm concerned. That's my personal opinion, that I don't believe in those sort of things. In Japan, they have eggs at, what? $7 from a chicken fed with tuna, carrots and certain medicinal herbs, eggs full of nutrients. Fuck's sake. I think that's a bit of... Look, all animals will concentrate in their offspring a certain amount of nutrients. Okay? So, and all that. The animal would deprive itself. This is why traditional tribal societies used to basically not recommend women have another pregnancy very close. They used to basically encourage them to have later, so they could actually build up their stores of minerals and vitamins and all this sort of stuff. Their nutritional status would go up and then have another child. So most animals will basically take even from their body and put it in. There's only a finite amount of micronutrients and stuff like that you can put in to an egg or to a fetus or whatever. It's controlled by genetics. You can feed these, you know what? The eggs are not going to be any better than any other grass-fed eggs. Maybe they'll have a few bit minor difference, but I can tell you those chickens are going to be very healthy. You're paying for the chickens to be exceptionally healthy. Very good of you. Yes, crazy things in Japan. Too much money, not enough sense. There are claims Niacin puts one in less agitated state. Yep. Ordered to make animals run away more slowly despite giving them reason to panic. If I understand correctly, no. Just because you're in a less agitated state, it doesn't mean you're not going to have the reptilian brain of flight or fight activated. nothing to do with it. So that is much higher level from the reptilian brain. The fight or flight is different. The fight or flight of the reptilian brain will override any supplement, anything that tries to, it will activate the sympathetic nervous system and override anything that tries to put it into a different condition. It's a survival. Everything else becomes secondary. So, no, not understood correctly. Imagine if the doctor system was such that we were paid for positive results in health, general condition, salaries, and the salaries for the work were scaled accordingly to the ability to make your patient healthy. Yes, I think that in China, in ancient China, they had something along those lines, that people got paid for making people healthier. And that we stay healthy, such as Harry's vision. Yes, very much. We must create a system, program, connect all of us that are faithful to the disciplines of science that do no harm. Exactly. Yep. And the ancient Chinese system wasn't perfect. Let's be honest about it. It wasn't perfect. But it was an attempt to basically encourage physicians to do the right thing. But the same thing existed in the Greek world. If you look at the ancient Greek world, where the medical science developed there in a slightly, not a pure allopathic, but it was more, you could say, they were trying to work out mechanisms. Now, allopathic medicine would claim that theirs is scientific because they're trying to work out how the system works, but they're not really. They're just trying to work out how to regulate things. So allopathic is not like the ancient Greeks. The ancient Greeks actually did proper, where they looked at basically how does these mechanisms work and what phytochemicals or what things we can put in or withdraw to change that state. And they actually had a number of medicines. They had stuff, there was a plant even for contraception, they had a contraception from a plant in Libya that would actually, and they had one that also would cause abortions, like a fetal abortion. So the woman would take this medication, this plant-based compound, and it would actually abort a child in early term. So they'd actually come up with all sorts of herbal remedies and stuff like that, like the Chinese. But the difference was that they basically also had methods where they had proper hospitals. If you take a look at ancient Greece and Rome, they actually had proper buildings like our hospitals now with the same sort of things. They had sort of methods where they could actually realign bones and, sort of traction systems and stuff like that. It was with pulleys and with ropes and stuff like that, but a very similar concept. Ours is just modernized versions of some of that sort of stuff, but it was quite advanced in that regard. And it was basically, again, do no harm and looking at compounds in nature that could actually help, and also nutrition. Ancient Greeks knew quite well. If you had diabetes, you took out the carbs, you were fine. It's quite clear. It's only the modern doctors that tell you to take carbs and take insulin. Fucking crazy. So their concept of do no harm was basically fundamental to everything they did. But somewhere we lost this, and we sort of branched out and we broke up medicine. We have naturopathic doctors that have the element of the pharmacological stuff of plants and stuff like that in supplements and things like that have gone one way, and then allopathic doctors that have taken and refined pharmaceutical compounds and still use some of the only thing that they've got similar with the ancient physicians is basically the surgical techniques. Obviously the surgical techniques within the the Greco-Roman world were far more advanced than any other part of the world. And if you take a look at Galen, who was a Greek physician in Roman times, he basically had some of the greatest instruments. A lot of the instruments of Galen's are identical to the instruments, the surgical instruments that doctors use today. Very similar, So a lot of things haven't changed in terms of surgical techniques. They've just improved because of technology in more recent years. But up until then, very similar. But the medical profession is split. So we have these people over here called naturopathic doctors that are basically looking at plant compounds and looking at hormetic effects and looking at certain adjustments to diet and stuff like that and lifestyle. And the others doing sort of, the surgical techniques and all these sort of things and adjustments and physiotherapy type methods that they were using then. But back then, the doctor was doing all that in a holistic way. And they were treating a person in a holistic way, both soul, body, what they ate, nutrition, other compounds that they were coming into effect, lifestyle factors and all that. We lost that. We broke that up. We specialized and we've created these we've literally broken up the body. And this is why doctors have no idea of nutrition. You've got doctors that have no idea of nutrition. Doctors have got no idea about, certain, plant compounds and certain things that can be beneficial. Then you've got the others here, the naturopathic and all that, they've got no idea about nutrition, all that. And then you've got nutritionists that've got no idea about nutrition because they're all being brainwashed with garbage. And it's just a fucking mess, We've just got modern toys and computers, but basically the ideology of how to do medicine is just completely skewed, and this is why people are getting sicker and sicker. So we need to, this over specialization and also this over pharmacological sort of control of medicine is the problem. I'm not against drugs or pharmaceuticals or vaccines or antibiotics and all that. They have their place. But when they're actually put here and everything's eliminated below, that's when you've got a problem. And that's the problem with allopathics, with MDs. And then you've got the other side over here that's eliminated that side and think, they can just basically supplement you back to health, which is bullshit as well. It's a lifestyle. It's everything, and it will vary to what degree, and that's why you need a sort of a generalist that understands all this sort of stuff, understands nutrition properly, understands medical techniques properly, understands all this and can bring it together. We need a new medical system with new types of doctors that are generalists and have a good understanding of all these things, and we need to reward them appropriately for doing additional studies to learn a lot of these things properly. There's a lot of things that we need to change. We've lost our way. I've got no problems with having specialist trained people to do surgical techniques that are brilliant, as long as they're a generalist to cover the other aspects that these people are not covering. But unfortunately, we've broken up the system in such a disjointed way. You just have to look at doctors and nurses and all that. They're getting sicker and sicker themselves. It tells you something. Even they don't know how to deal with these issues. They've got no idea. They've lost their way. It's just, damn, it's crazy out there. Ah, yes. The Carnivore tribe, yes. It's not, we need to get more people to eat more meat. I know I banter about it, and we all banter about it a bit. I encourage people like my relatives, I encourage friends and all that to eat more meat and to cut more sugar out. I don't basically try and encourage them to become carnivores because I know that's not going to happen. I just try and encourage them to basically reduce the sugars, get rid of the seed oils, and increase the meats. And they get better. I've noticed people that when they've done that, They haven't eliminated all, all sugars or all, plant foods, but they do get better. They feel better. They feel a bit more energized and all that. And even when they do it on and off, a bit low carbish here or there for part of the week or whatever, they look better and do better and feel better. They tell me they feel better. I've got to believe what they're telling me, I mean, I'm not feeling it, they are. So I think, it can be done in that regard. Tartar calculus build-up. It's usually a fat-soluble vitamin issue of some sort. Sometimes maybe it's an easier way. There is another one element that can play a role here, and it's an oral microbiome issue. That means it's not what you're eating, but the bacterial strains that you've got in your mouth that are problematic. And that company that actually produces, they also produce a version for teeth. So what is it called? Let me just find it. The only thing I dislike about this is their fucking mint flavour. It gives me the shits. Wish they didn't. They had one without mint flavour in it. Actually, I'll put it on the screen for a sec. Which one I'm talking about? They've got it in this sort of 30 lozenge type things. So they've created a lozenge type, which is easier also for kids. So that's why they created it. I had the other one, which is they've changed the style of it as well from what it used to be. The packaging is different from the one that I used. So that one can help in terms of changing the oral microbiome, because that could be an issue itself, So I've noticed I haven't been getting any sort of build up or anything like that since I especially took that. So I used to go on a more regular basis and get my teeth cleaned, but I haven't. So I haven't been getting any of that sort of effect. So I'm not claiming that this did it. I'm not claiming that at all. But it does seem to have improved it at least. So but I can't claim anything, as one would know, because in order to claim something, you got to hold on. Anyway. Didn't realise you were here, Lukey. I'm going to send you a link. Oops. That's if you want to pop on. I'm not going to be on for very long, so, you know, in that regard. But if you want to pop in and say hello, that's fine. Up to you. I'm not going to be on for very long, so. And I'll put that on the screen. Let me. G'day, Lukey. Nice one, mate. Not a bad looking fellow at 55. Thanks, mate. Something to aspire to. Good to see you. I can't hear you. Your audio.
I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, so waking up earlier actually helps.
Oh, exactly. I mean, I know because you said I'm going to go early to bed, and that was the right thing to do. So you're back up. You know, I've had my little Easter thing with my friends and dad, and
very nice.
So basically, that went really well. Had the egg thing as well. Yes. My brother Sean, he cheated. He goes, "I've won." No, I said, "You've used another egg." You know. So, oh, you're hitting on an angle. And I'll go, bullshit. So it was claiming that I was cheating.
Oh, but I actually,
as I said, it may have hit it on an angle. That's because you moved it.
Oh god.
Or a bit like that. Claim and counterclaim and everything else under the sun. Exactly. Hey, Harry, since my girlfriend is pregnant, I wanted to hear if you have lifestyle and dietary advice for pregnant women. She is now in the 10th week. Now she's in the phase where she has no appetite for meat. I've hoped she's actually been eating some meats and organ meats and stuff like that, because if she's been doing that, she'll be pretty healthy in that regard, and so will the child. Very important to get in things like choline and taurine and stuff like that. For brain development, taurine and choline are very important. I mean, the levels are extremely high in also mother's milk. So, yeah, definitely. I mean, you can just get it from, because remember, you were talking about a child here and a fetus and all that doesn't require a massive amount. So as long as you're eating, good quality meats, some organ meats and stuff like that. I mean, she's eating these sort of things, eggs and stuff like that. Yeah, she should have good nutrition. So really, most of the carnivore foods are all you need. Take a look at the Maasai, how healthy they are. It's basically eating things like eggs, dairy, raw dairy, that is, and basically meats. And the other important thing about raw dairy is menoquinone 4. And the same thing with organ meats. Menoquinone 4 is very important for the skeletal structural development of the child. So it's really important. Sufficient sodium is also important. It also maintains good insulin sensitivity for the mother. So sodium is also important, that she's getting enough sodium. Bones require sodium So, yeah, that's another one that's important. Basically, salted meats, some good quality dairy products, some seafood to get some of those omega-3s in, and also the sort of the phosphatidylserine, phosphatidylcholine, which you'll get from some of these foods, including in particular eggs. When it comes to phospholipids, eggs would be my number one choice, So it is very high in phospholipids, and the growing brain requires a lot of phospholipids. Dairy products also a pretty good source. So these sort of things are important. So, yeah. Never been asked a question about pregnancy. So it's interesting. Anyway, that's something different. But I think that the nutrient density of foods is important for a pregnant woman. You notice it in all tribal societies. They maximize organ meats and nutrient-dense foods. And usually crustaceans are very, like mussels, like a mussel soup, some sort of collagen type, like cooking, boiling meat. My father does a thing where he boils, where you get a lot of those meats that have a lot of the connective tissue, to get all the sort of collagen, glycine and all that. So he actually, rather than actually doing sort of slow cook bone broths, he basically just cooks these meats, boils these meats, and also removes all the gelatinous and all the sort of collagen type material, and he puts it in his own bowl, and then he has like a smoothie with a bit of meat in it. So those meats, he basically will cut them up into small pieces, and he will actually use this and create like a meat soup with this gelatinous material with meat. And it's a really good way because you will end up getting far better bioavailability of amino acids, and also an improvement in the utilization. That's why eggs are so good, because eggs are basically a balance between all the essential amino acids plus a lot of the collagen ones. And that's why their bioavailability is much higher than even steak, So, and their utilization is higher as well in that regard. So their bioavailability is 100%. For a steak, it's about 92, 93%, depending which cuts. And then the utilization is nearly 50%, where the utilization in a steak is only 32%. And that goes for steak, tuna, whether it's seafood or anything like that, all these sort of things. A lot of the fish type like tuna, halibut, mackerel, they tend to also be very good sources of taurine as well. But I would actually probably select mackerel out of all of them, because a better source of both fats, phospholipids, and also omega-3s and stuff like that. So I'd probably prioritize that. Sardines are another option, because sardines also will give a bit of calcium, the bone part as well. So they're pretty good. I'd have those little snacks at least twice a week in that regard. And I would have no problems with this sort of like a meat, like an evening sort of meat sort of broth soup that Dad makes, that has every day. I'd say it's a very good thing. As my Chinese friend Ling goes, God, your father for his age has got really good skin. She always goes, God, sometimes she grabs his hand and goes, oh, you've got beautiful skin, George. And I'm going, Ling, you just stop doing that. You're going to scare Dad. She's probably going to see this video tomorrow and going to go, Harry, why did you say that? Anyway, sorry, Ling. But yeah, I mean, these sort of things, we need to get, but it has to be those sort of pieces of cuts of meat which have got, the bone and a lot of the connective, you see all that white connective tissue in the bone next to the bone and the meat. That's the sort of type we're saying, not, your regular steaks that have got no bone and nothing. We're talking about the ones that have got a lot of bone material in them. So you boil those up, all the gelatinous material will come loose. The meat will soften and all that, and you'll break it up and you'll use that as a sort of like a filler in there and all that. And obviously, because the potassium and all the other stuff is going to go into the water, you definitely don't want to throw that away. That will become your broth, and you'll basically have a very good source of those minerals in that thing, plus the meat, the protein side, plus you've got all the gelatinous material, and that gives you a very good profile. And this is why the utilization is so high with eggs, because it has to have these collagen amino acids together with these sulfur amino acids together with these essential amino acids all together in one package to grow a chicken. So it's perfect. That's why it's got this high utilization. And why I think it's one of the best proteins, as long as the mother doesn't have any issues with eggs. Some people do. There do have issues. I think it's a really, at least 4 eggs a day I would definitely include in the diet. So together with sort of the meat broth and just the regular meats here and there, with a bit of organ meats as well thrown in. The way I would do it is I'd cook a whole lot of organ meats and give her at least an ounce, around about 30 grams a day. So like a multivitamin, but a natural multivitamin in that regard. So hope that helps, because that's a lot what the traditional people do. I mean, I've seen this happen in Southeast Asia and stuff like that, where small bits of liver are handed to pregnant women on a daily basis and stuff like that. And I've seen this sort of stuff myself. So it's not, I know it's anecdotal, but this is what people traditionally did. We see this in tribal societies. They give more of these organ meats to pregnant women and young kids, again, to build up their nutrient density in the child and the mother. So who am I to basically disagree with thousands of years of cultural knowledge when it comes to this sort of stuff? So, yes. Yeah, look, when it comes to that's the appetite part that I forgot about. Yeah, I think, it does. I'm not sure. I've heard about it because my sister's mentioned it. So, but I don't really know. I don't think anybody. I even asked my cousin, who's a doctor, and he sort of really didn't know. I don't think anybody really knows exactly why it happens, this sort of thing. So, have you heard anything ever?
No idea. It's a very complicated topic, and my mom herself, I think that she focused on dairy when she was like that, because dairy is like more palatable and stuff, so she could at least get more animal nutrition, But then her appetite for meat came back, and she could eat pork and other things.
Yeah, exactly. So I think, I don't know, maybe it's there are reasons behind it, why this happens, but the body's trying to, do a certain number of functions and probably wants to prioritize other things. I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm not going to speculate.
No idea as well.
Yeah, because there's the problem is you can't experiment on pregnant women. It's illegal, human experiments, especially on pregnant women. Try and get that past an ethics committee. It's never going to happen. So I think this is going to be one of those things that we probably won't know We will speculate for a very long time why. So yeah, and I can't give you an answer since nobody else can. There's no research whatsoever. So yeah, I'd be giving you a speculative answer, which would be next to useless. Happy to help and be a test subject and save the animals just like the vegans.
Very nice.
Gotta love Dom. I love him. You gotta love him. Yes, he's going to be my new skeletal or spine or osteoarthritis type experimental animal. I'm adding another more. I'll be nice to you like the vegans. I'll euthanize you like Peter after the experiment.
Oh my god.
I love Blinky. Boomers. Fuck. He goes. What can one say? Oh, little angel Blinky. He smoked that. Exactly. I missed out by 2 years being a boomer. Born in 1966, so I missed out by just 2 years. My mate says, "You still won, you're pretty close." Fuck off. Yes, friends always like to rub it in as they do. Okay, doctors for some reason tell us to avoid fish when pregnant because of food poisoning, but I don't get enough salmon milk. Blah blah blah. Look, you know what it is, zombie. They actually do that because of mercury. That's really the reason, because of mercury. But remember the video that I did about mercury?
Yes.
Remember
the
that?
Selenides and stuff.
Go and check that. Selenide and selenium. It chelates it and gets rid of it. It's not a problem. As long as you're eating foods that have got those very low ratios. So you need to go and check if you're going to use seafood. Thanks for a sort of. I do appreciate it, Zombie. You brought up the question, and I remembered the damn thing because I wouldn't have remembered it otherwise. Marco, go and check that video. Let me see if I should be able to find it. I'm trying to actually improve the setup of my playlists. So I am structuring them a bit better now, Lukey. They were a bit of a mess before, so I've gone through my playlists and I've sort of changed them a bit because they were all over the place, and I'm going, should that be under this category or that category or whatever? So I did eventually get around sorting them out because they were a bit all over the place.
That's helpful. I have to say, sometimes when we are chatting on Bart's server, everyone's like, damn, which video was it of Harris that he was talking about that? And they're searching your channel all over.
Oh, mate, I can't remember sometimes myself. I'm going, oh, now which video was that I actually just said that and all that. So yeah, I'm sort of in the same. This is
I think I got the video, by the way.
That's the video. And it's basically towards the end of it where I've got my charts. We go through all the different ratios and all that, and you can pick which are the best type to select. So you've got the lowest mercury and the highest selenium, or the best ratio. The ratio is the important one because the ratio will mean that, but there's also a level per day, which is you want to be below that threshold, the safe zone. I can't remember off the top of my head at the moment. So it's in there, what the threshold is that you want to stay under, especially with a pregnant woman, and then basically pick the ones that are under that, the quantities, plus the ones that that have got the best ratios in terms of selenium to chelate that and remove it out of the system. And then fish are not a problem. Oops. Hey. Blinky, blinky, blinky. I may have to second you to do some things for me. Whip him into action. Mary mentioned the absence of neurological issues in tribal groups. She also said the diet high in animal fat. Exactly. Fat-soluble vitamins, very important. Cholesterol are beneficial, yes. With cholesterol usually goes a lot of phospholipids. Foods that are very high in cholesterol, like eggs, tend to have very high levels of phospholipids as well. So it's another reason for foods that are high in cholesterol, very important for the growing brain. Could their high vitamin D levels also be a factor in this regard? Yes, definitely. Vitamin D is very important for both the child and the mother. And I actually, in one of my live streams, God, I can't even remember it was a very, very old live stream, and I actually did something about pregnant women and vitamin D levels and stuff like that. I brought up some charts that were at the time and some deficiencies amongst, I can't even remember the damn stuff now. I've been meaning to do something, a little video on the vitamin D side of things for, pregnant women, for health, for different people, different ages and stuff like that. I need to sort something out at some stage. Vitamin D, very important. Both the mother and child. Extremely important. There is shitloads of associations between vitamin D deficiency and all sorts of health issues for the offspring. Other than diet, I wonder if neurological issues are just from trying to turn born hunters and warriors into little office workers. Yeah, there's probably some issue. I know where you're going. And the xenoestrogens would come to mind. Exposure to phthalates and all sorts of other chemical compounds in the environment. Yeah, we don't live in a as natural, pristine environment, and I would say these things, furniture does actual gas off all sorts of substances. It's another reason I need to make that video, which I've been talking about, the different plants that you can put in your home to minimize some of these problems in the environment. So certain plants that can clear out some of this stuff. Yeah, I'll probably have to do something. It's an important one. I've sort of put it on the back burner, but it's probably something I may have to bring a bit forward because it is important. It does affect most people nowadays. The truth is they live indoors far more than they lived in the past, and living indoors are exposed to far more of these chemicals that have xenoestrogen effects and all sorts of other deleterious effects. And they also drive some pathogens and other stuff in the body and some derangements. So that's important. Important for pregnant women, important for young kids, and important, practically for everybody. But yeah. Anyway, I will try and get that prioritized and brought forward. I did want to do a more comprehensive thing. I've got a number of plants for things like certain compounds, certain bacteria, certain fungi, certain things like that. Yeah, but I haven't actually gone through all the different plants yet. It takes a long while. You have to actually research all these different domestic plants and work out what they do and stuff like that. So, I mean, I've gone through a number of them, but not all of them. So it's another thing. I'm not going to promise anything. I'm not going to promise, but I will try and prioritize it, because I just realized myself just now how important it is, you know, all of us, even myself, we all basically live indoors. I mean, we just don't have enough to deal with some. We need to, do more things in that regard. That's true. Yeah. Yes. Hey, I made my bloody first damn ice cream. You know what? Everybody bitched and moaned. It wasn't sweet enough. So I actually have got it now in the fridge. I took it back, put it in the fridge. Took it out of the freezer. I'm going to just let it. And I'm going to take, right after this, I'm going to look at it. And Ling gave me her xylitol, and I'm going to put more xylitol and actually redo it and then put it back in the deep fridge and see whether tomorrow it tastes better. So, yeah, I'd rather have put erythritol, because you only absorb 10%, 20% you get rid of, excrete. But anyway, that's what she had. That's what I'm using currently. And I'm going to play around. I may actually put it, because it wasn't very vanilla as well. I need to put more vanilla in it as well and see whether I can actually get a better flavour. Well, I'm experimenting. It was very bland, and everybody looked at me. Brother Sean goes, "This is bland. This is shit." So I said, "Thanks for the comment, bro." God almighty. Anyway, put the boot in. So, yes, I'll have to remedy that and see if I can actually sort some improvement. See, I'm trying to go completely ice cream carnivore, you know, and eliminate, you know, completely this, even the low sugar stuff that I buy, eliminate all that completely and just make my own. But I need to get it right. So that was the bit of a failure, the first attempt. So give another go and see how I go. Anyway, shit happens. It's just the way it is. Looking forward to actually eating ice cream. But disappointed. Anyway, shit happens.
Actually, a while back when I was making bigger changes to my diet, I was craving sweetness, and that's something that doesn't happen usually. But yeah, it seems to be fixed now. But yeah, I've got like I think I only have like 2 or 3 days that I'm eating plant foods still. I'm closing to going fully carnivore.
I don't remember I know that some of the which strains, they're part of the bifidobacteria, but I can't remember the exact strains within that family that are involved in the serotonin dopamine, and also they're the beneficial ones, and they also have that 90% where, you know, your gut basically signals to your brain. They play a big role in that sort of stuff, but I can't remember which strains. But they're rather part of the bifidobacteria family. But also, you know, things like tryptophan and things like that, which is, all that stuff is high in animal foods anyway. So you very easily can support serotonin with an animal-based, and dopamine with an animal-based diet. So you get enough aminos to basically support those pathways. So it's not an issue. Yeah, some of the beneficial bacteria play a role as well. But I can't remember the strains that are specifically within the bifidobacteria grouping. that Elruteri strain that I promote, I don't believe it does have any relationship to that. But it does have other effects of suppressing pathogens and helping in other ways. So that's the reason why I promote it. All strains, basically most strains are three things. They can be either beneficial, neutral, or problematic of varying degree. I don't call them bad bacteria. I just call them that basically some of them have even some positive effects, but generally negative effects, but they're kept under control so they can do their little positive thing, a bit like even Candida has some beneficial effects, but too much overgrowth, and then it's got a lot of negatives. So these ones tend to be like Candida, double-edged sword in that regard. The neutral ones basically just are there, enjoying their life, eating, getting whatever they can and, within that environment. And then you've got the beneficial ones that seem to have an influence on our genes and all sorts of things and certain pathways and all that through some of the chemistry that they are involved in. But, they vary in some ways. And we don't really know exactly what sort of balance they should have. So we're still got no fucking idea, basically, even with the beneficial ones, what balance they should have, really, because we don't really know. We know that they are doing certain things when they're around, but exactly which ones and how and whether there's a cooperative relationship with a couple that are doing that thing or just one of them or whatever, no idea. So we're still a bit in the dark when it comes to the gut microbiome on a lot of fronts. The brave forest of hair with your tongue to get the D. Ah, yes. If you're a chimp millions of years ago, you'd be licking yourself like mad and enjoying it.
Yeah, I think they were talking about how vitamin D is manufactured, like leaking. Then Necro talked about leaking sheep's wool.
Yeah, I know. You got I can only say about Necro Kitty, you got a bit of New Zealand in you, girl. I couldn't help. Sorry, Kitty.
I hope Bart listens to this one.
I couldn't help myself. I have no idea. Maybe. Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know whether we still look. I know we can absorb a number of things from the base of our tongue, and just generally within our oral environment. So why not? Really, why not? But has anybody done an experiment on that? No, so we don't know. So have we completely lost that capability? Does some still stay on the surface? I think so. It doesn't get absorbed immediately. So, yeah, maybe. I can see Zombie sitting there licking herself her arms like mad, her legs and all that, and her husband and everybody else looking at her and go, what the hell are you doing, woman?
Harry, have you heard of animal blood having good amounts of vitamin D?
No, actually, I haven't. Actually, there's some anecdotes that out there that some animals tend to have more circulating vitamin D in their bloodstream than others. I've heard about it, but I don't know enough about it. I haven't investigated it, haven't looked into it enough to basically really say. And did you just read that one there?
Oh God!
You had to go next level, didn't you? Have Zombie? You had to go next level, and then you wonder why some of your relatives wonder about you. They go, what the hell? Finger looking good down there.
Oh god.
You'll get a meal out of it at least. Do it like the monkeys. Yes, they do that actually, and that's how they produce vitamin D for a lot of the supplement companies. Yep, exactly. So we definitely know that does work. So I suspect if you licked yourself, you'd probably get some in that regard. But my only concern is in your environment. Is there other things? Because obviously, if you're at the beach, you may get things on your skin and stuff like that, and potentially you wouldn't want to be licking that sort of stuff off your skin. So it depends on where you are or how much contaminants. If you were out in the sun, let's say, and there was basically some parts of the world were very smoggy or a lot of particulates in the air, they would stick on, and I wouldn't want to be licking my skin with those particulates on the skin. So it would depend. That's the only thing I can say. It wouldn't be something that I'd be promoting in that regard. But if everything else is sort of clean, sorted, and all that, I suspect, probably wouldn't be a big issue.
Yeah, there may be an advantage, but I guess that leaking is more important for animals that have a lot of fur.
Yeah. Look, it's hard to say. So we've got good salmon down here. Actually, I hooked a couple of years back. I hooked a really nice big salmon. This is 30 minutes south of Hobart. Actually, that's what we're talking today with my brother Sean, and we were actually talking about probably going fishing down that way soon. But yeah, another thing too. Oops. Hey, at least I know you're colourful, zombie. You're the most colourful Australian I know. She's behaving more like Shell every day. I'm going to jump through some of this, try to get to the bottom secretively and stealthily. While they're not looking, Lukey,
Indeed. That's my secret technique.
you keep them focused on your face.
Perfect. I am the distraction. I will just plow through the comments.
Well, I need a bit of a distraction here or there. Don't knock it. I'm going to keep that. Be a wall mural. Oops. Ah, yes. Nothing like healthy fats, animal fats, for the nervous system. Yeah, glass blocks UVB, not UVA. That's as long as it's standard glass. If it's not standard glass, it can block the whole lot, depending what the glass is. But standard glass, just your regular glass, allows UVA through, but impedes UVB. Now, depending on the thickness of the glass, some does come through, but very little in comparison to being outdoors. That's why people say you should be outdoors to get good levels of vitamin D. You're not going to get it by sitting close to the... Yeah, well... Where did I go?
Yeah.
I just lost my spot.
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
I was going to say, unless you're rich and all your windows are made of fused quartz, you're not getting any UVB inside.
Precisely. And it's a bit like that. Unfortunately, Bert's here, mate. $10 PayPal. Bert, behave yourself. Oh, God. It's an uncontrollable. Go back to Sesame Street. Well, Harry, can I leave a link in the comments for an article content of K4 Cheeses comments when the stream ends? Go right ahead, mate. Go right ahead.
I got that.
I think there's only one actual real big study, and I think I've seen it before. It's the one that I sort of bring up now and then. Ages ago.
It's that one.
I think
I linked
that
it.
one. Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good one because it's got pretty good details on all the different cheeses and foods and stuff like that. It's quite comprehensive in that regard. And it also shows the metaquinones, which is really good. It's that one with the metaquinones, doesn't it? All the different metaquinones and how much in the different stuff. Yes. I think that's one of the better ones because at least then people go, okay, I can go for this cheese or that cheese. And also, if a cheese has got far too high MK7, you can go, I'll give that a miss for the simple reason, and that's the one there, for the simple reason that basically, why bother? Really. It's all the conversion things that, people sometimes forget. Mincemeat in the study was 76.1 of the MK4 versus beef cut had they vary. They vary. Different cuts from different parts of the animal have different levels of like the chicken, which is like the modern day version of a dinosaur. It has quite a bit of it's one of the highest. It's the reason things like emu, that's really high. Emu oil is very high as MK4. So emus are great source. These birds, ostriches, emus, those sort of things are great sources of MK4. Chicken is a great source of MK4, better than beef or any of the others. Then when you're looking at animal foods, you're looking at liver and stuff like that, primarily organ meats and basically eggs for MK4. But otherwise, if you're looking at just meat, flesh meat, anything which is a bird of any sort, basically poultry of any sort, whether it's a duck, whether it's a geese or whatever, their flesh has higher MK4 than basically. So it basically means that the dinosaurs must have really had very high MK4 levels. Doesn't surprise me if you consider that because of nutrient, animals become smaller because the nutrients in their environment shrink, nutrient availability, and so they shrink, but they don't lose their underlying genetics. I suspect when the dinosaurs were very big, they would have required very high levels of MK4 to support strong bones. So I think that genetic heritage never got lost. Like you've got vestigial organs, things that are still there. They're not required, but they're just there because genetically there was no reason to get rid of them. It's the same thing, I think, with the MK4. Genetically, there was no real reason to get rid of them. And I think that's another reason why chickens and birds tend to be far more robust. You look at another animal that gets injured, like a cow or stuff like that, can die very easily. Where chickens and, things like these sort of descendants of dinosaurs, the birds and all that, they can get hit quite a bit. And you can see them sort of recover and get back up and go. I'm not saying that MK4 is a miracle thing that revives us from the dead birds, but what I'm saying is that it seems that these nutrients that are really important for collagen and bone structures and stuff like that, and these birds tend to have a lot of that material. So I think it's an important element, and it shouldn't be neglected in the diet, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, that's why I usually have chicken at least once a week. Small amounts. I usually basically will buy a whole chicken, split in half, have part of it, sometimes have half of it, and then I'll stick the other half in the fridge. I may have it the next week, I may have it the week after, but I'm always having at least once a week or once a fortnight chicken. And then pork is my favourite meat, so I usually have pork 3 times a week. Sometimes, but beef probably once, twice, depends how I feel. Lamb is a bit the same. So if I have more lamb one week, I may have less beef, or the other way around, depending. I know a lot of people with the Carnivore Society community love beef. I like it, but it's not my favourite meat. Pork's my favourite meat. And when it comes to lamb and beef, I like both of them, just the same. So if somebody basically had, like, Sean said, today, should be yesterday when we had our Saturday thing, barbecue, he said, what do you want, beef or lamb? I said, just buy lamb. So we got some lamb, and that's what basically we had with pork. So I enjoyed that, both having the lamb and the pork. I know a lot of other people go, God, he didn't like the beef. I don't mind the beef, but I'm not crazy about the beef. Simple as that. I like lamb more, slightly more. I don't mind beef, but, I'm not, it's not basically, I like to vary my foods as well. I don't like eating beef. I couldn't eat beef every day. God, I'd fucking top myself if I eat beef every day. I can eat pork every day. I've got no problems with pork, but I definitely can't eat beef every day. I literally, So I vary my foods in that regard. Yeah, when it comes to all those crustaceans, mussels, scallops or whatever, sourcing is really important because they do accumulate heavy metals. So you've got to get them from a clean environment. Tasmania's really clean, so I don't really care about down here. but northern hemisphere is quite problematic. There's far more industrial activity, and if you're going to buy crustaceans and get snap frozen from the southern hemisphere, don't buy them from the northern hemisphere. And it's not only because you have to cook them to eliminate any potential pathogens, but there's also the heavy metal side of things, which is a big problem, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. God, these people are making me hungry.
Yeah, it's still morning for me. I'm not eating for the next hours still.
Yeah, look, I sort of don't start until about 11 onwards.
Yeah,
It's either 11 or 12 when I first start. I mean, at that time, woman, get your head out of the gutter. Could use some licorice with that. Poke the licorice in there.
Oh my
But
God.
you love anything. You hear butt and licorice, and you're on like a rabbit. Yes, it's always towards the end that the whole thing degenerates. On that point, Bart's correct. He goes, does your live stream always degenerate this bad? I usually blame him and say, it's because you're on it. Yes, we're nearly there. I nearly got past them. Caterpillar arachnophobia. Oh, God. If you lick your cat. God. That's called animal abuse, according to the Vegetarded. You'll be reported to your local church of anorexia vegana.
Oh my God.
For animal abuse or animal, what do they call it? You're getting their excretions. Is that called animal rape?
Oh yeah, zoophilia.
Zoophilia. Zombie. Oh, licking pussy. Oh God. It's okay if I do it.
Oh my God.
Oh God. Ah, yes, very much like that. Ah, yes, emu oil. Nothing like emu oil. Ah, yes. I think you can you mount them and ride them? I think you may be able to. I'm riding a dinosaur. I actually saw one of the emus getting taken down by an Indigenous person in Australia with a boomerang. That was quite impressive.
Interesting.
It's very aerodynamic. They also used to use like this for their spears. They used to use like this special handle in the back part where they can actually throw with greater force. So you don't throw a spear like that. You push it because the kangaroos are hopping, and they move much faster. So you have to really push the entire thing with greater. You have to increase the velocity in order to hit the kangaroo as it's going. Because obviously people didn't have guns back then that they could use. But even with a rifle, I can tell you, if it's at a distance and the kangaroo's hopping, I can tell you it's a hard thing to shoot. I mean, wallabies are a bit, because they don't hop as much, and if they're out in the visible, I can hit them very easily. But when I was hunting with kangaroos, because they're hopping, they tend to sort of, they tend to lean a bit forward and lean back a bit as this hopping sort of motion, and trying to anticipate, trying to work out the mechanics of the dance as they're going to get them properly, like through here at the, so you're not going into the actual. You basically get them through this part where they're just below their head and all that, so they can die much quicker, so they're not suffering. So you hit them, they bleed pretty fast. They're out cold and dead much faster. So that's the reason why. But it's much harder to do that shot when they're moving. But I'll tell you one thing: I prefer wallabies far more than kangaroos. Wallabies are much nicer meat, personally. Yes. We used to just basically, if we killed a kangaroo, we'd cut it up and feed it to the dogs. They'll eat anything.
Interesting.
And boy, you wouldn't want the dog next to you after, because it smelt. Fuck it. I used to just basically, if the dog came around, I just used my leg, pushed it away, go away, you mutt, because it just smelt like, damn. So, oops. Hey, Lukey, I'm at the bottom, mate. They didn't even realise it happened. God. You guys are so damn slow. Didn't even realise I was here.
I think they are slowing down on purpose.
I'm taking you to 4 hours today, so you've got 8 minutes, and then we're pulling the pin on yous. It's all over. Yes, so it's a much softer meat to deal with, I find, anyway. Have to head off, guys. Kronya Bola, Harry, and everyone. Thanks, mate. Thanks, Tom. Kronya Bola to you as well. Which means it's a sort of a blessing. May you have many years to come. That's what I was doing, zombie. That's what I was doing. I did have to stop to some comments. I mean, obviously, the finger licking good stuff really was. I couldn't help myself. We're down to 5 minutes and counting. I got a flex day tomorrow, so I'm not going into work. So taking the day off.
Oh, nice.
It doesn't mean I'm doing videos. I'm just basically taking the day off, chilling out, going for long walks. I wouldn't expect otherwise. Going for long walks. I do the videos in the evening when I come. I do quick videos, and then a couple of days I do all the post processing and the editing stuff and whatever else, and then basically submit it. Usually, that's why it usually gets submitted in things like the mornings on Thursday, I think, usually Thursday. I think I did one earlier on Wednesday, but usually it's Thursday or Fridays. But, yes, that's one of the beneficial ones from memory. It sounds familiar.
Just out of the blue, something popped in my mind. Like I think yesterday I was reading something about the consumption of chlorophyll uh, helping your mitochondria derive energy from the sun or something like that, and that sounded like a vegetarian talking point, but now I'm not sure.
Is that the one that helps with IBS, Kitty? It sounds familiar. I just can't remember it. Or is maybe it's not IBS. It's something to do with it. I think it's something to do with one of those gut things. I'm not sure. Is it IBS or something else, or is it basically just some other? Because there's a few.
I think it's the IBS one.
Is it? She's
Yeah.
not saying anything at the moment. Anyway, yeah, there are different strains that have, but some have a stronger mechanism, some have a weaker mechanism. It depends. I think we're talking about what we're talking. Not so much about IBS. We're talking about some of the other aspects. IBS, yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. But the article talks about serotonin too. Okay. Gotcha. So it's a serotonin and IBS. I can only remember it as I couldn't remember the number. I just could not remember, like, I could remember, like infantis, like infant or whatever, or that. I can remember that, but I could not remember the number. And I'm going, is it or isn't it? Yeah, but okay, serotonin as well. Okay, I didn't know that. Thanks for the heads up on that one. So it does do that as well. Is that part of our regular gut as well, or is it just basically something that we have to get, or is it already there but it's sort of suppressed and it needs supporting with B vitamins like some of the other bifidobacteria? I think it may be like that, but I'm not sure entirely. Yep, but try my child on low dose taurine for a short time and see what happens. Yep, exactly. You got nothing. It's not going to, it's something that the body synthesizes. It's not going to kill it or not going to negatively affect the child. But I'm just, I would personally do 2 grams, but it's like anything. I'd start with 1 gram and then move it up to 2. But at the same time, as a human, I also have to be, I don't have a basis in science for above 1 gram. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's not I don't think it's harmful, and it could potentially be beneficial. And reader would be interested to know what your results are. I think the rest of our community will also be really interested because, if it actually improves the calmness, it could be something we could promote in the carnivore community, a carnivore diet plus some supplemental taurine to improve ADHD, with a lot of kids. And because remember, a lot of kids are being damaged because of the poor diet of their parents, past indiscretions when they were born. So there is some underlying issues, and we may need to correct that with phospholipids, choline, taurine, things like that as well. Obviously, with choline, you don't really need supplemental for kids. You can get more than enough by giving them a couple of eggs a day or a bit of liver and stuff like that, and you can cover that side of things. Eggs would be the much better source because of the additional phospholipids for the brain. So as long as a child's getting 2 or 3 eggs a day, 2 at a minimum, they should do much better on that side as well. So, yep. because all this helps, all of us. The whole idea is, me bringing some of this sort of stuff and using even my sort of channel for some of you guys to basically bring things to my attention. None of us can cover everything, and that's really important. Our collaborative interaction plays a big role. Anyway, we are 1 minute past, so we're pulling the plug. We've done 4 hours now, so I need to pull the plug. Thanks, guys, for everyone that was here, for your contributions today. I look forward to your analysis of your sunbaking techniques, Zombie. You can fill us in and tell us, how that all resolved, and sort of how did the family respond? Anyway, guys, see you from me, and you might as well do the honours and see us out, Lukey.
Well, yes, I can only say stay well, everyone, and thanks for being here.
See yous.
Bye-bye.